It is now 5 p.m., July 16, 2019, and I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville. In the City Council sitting is the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, the Victorville Water District, and the city as housing asset successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox?
Here.
Councilmember Gomez?
Present.
Councilmember Jones? Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez? Mayor Garcia?
Here. I don't see anyone in the audience that would like to address the council. Therefore, may we have declaration of closed session items by our city attorney, please? Thank you. At this time, we will recess to our closed session, and our regular session convenes at 6 p.m. Good evening, everyone. It is now 6 p.m., July 16, 2019, and I call to order the regular meeting of the City Council of the City of Victorville. In the City Council sitting is the Library Board of Trustees, Southern California Logistics Rail Authority, Southern California Logistics Airport Authority, successor agency to the Victorville Redevelopment Agency, the Victorville Joint Powers Financing Authority, the Victorville Water District, and the city as housing asset successor. May we have roll call, please?
Councilmember Cox?
Here.
Councilmember Gomez? Councilmember Jones?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez? Mayor Garcia?
Here. At this time, may we have closed session announcements by our city attorney, please?
Thank you, Mayor Garcia. We had two items this evening, both for the City Council. They were both real property negotiations pursuant to Government Code 54956.8. The property locations are set forth on the agenda, as are the negotiating parties. At this time, there is no reportable action with respect to either one of those items.
Thank you. This evening, the invocation will be delivered by Father Patrick Travers, and the Pledge of Allegiance will be led by Police Chief Rick Bassinger. So please stand.
Let's bow our heads in prayer. Dear Lord, this evening we are here to take part in or witness our city forefathers, who are elected officials, conduct the business of running the city of Victorville. We ask this council to provide a fair hearing of issues that will be brought forth by concerned citizens, and to encourage their input and to listen to them attentively. We ask our Lord to help them sort out the issues that can be dealt with while keeping the needs of the greater community first. As criticism of local government and lack of confidence in our country's elected leaders seems to be rampant these days, help them to not react to criticism, but to learn from it while remaining respectful and keeping a sense of humour. As Proverbs says, strength and dignity are her clothing, and she smiles at the future. Amen.
This evening, we do not have any proclamations or special presentations. So I will ask our city clerk to please present the agenda to council and any revisions to the agenda.
The Victorville City Council welcomes the public's participation in tonight's meeting. Anyone wishing to speak during public comment or on a particular item will be required to fill out a white speaker card located in the lobby and give it to the city clerk. The mayor will call upon each individual who has submitted a speaker card. Comments are to be limited to 3 minutes per individual or less as deemed necessary by the mayor. All communications are to be addressed directly to the city council, not to the members of the audience. In accordance with state law, the city council may not discuss or take action on any non-agenda items. The council may receive testimony and set the matter to a subsequent meeting. Any person or group who interferes with the conduct of a city council meeting by interrupting and/or disrupting the meeting is subject to removal. A peace officer may be requested to assist with the removal should any person or group fail to comply with an order of removal by the presiding officer. Any person or group who resists removal by a peace officer is subject to arrest and prosecution. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. At this time, any items on this agenda that may be a conflict of interest to any council member should be identified. Do we have any conflict of interest from any council member? Okay. We will move on. We do not have any appeal hearings this evening. Therefore, we will be moving on to public hearings, and we will start with item B1, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against annual confirmation of assessments and engineers' reports for landscape assessment districts, drainage, facilities assessment districts, and maintenance assessment districts. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation, please.
That the City Council approve the annual confirmation of engineers' report for landscape maintenance assessment districts 1 through 8, drainage facilities assessment districts 1 through 3, and maintenance assessment districts 1 and 2, and adopt resolutions number 19-024 through 19-036.
Thank you. At this time, any council member that has questions of staff, and you have a 2-minute time limit. Do we have any questions from anyone?
None, thank you, Madam Mayor.
You do?
Yes.
Go ahead, Jim.
There's quite a difference in some of the assessments in the districts. Some of the LMADs are maintained in great shape and they have a higher fee, and some are, I noticed there are no provisions for increasing the assessment. And if you drive around and look at those, you can tell almost which ones have a higher assessment and which ones that don't. I have had inquiry from individuals to how do they get a better level of maintenance, and I've asked them to call Public Works or Water, make an inquiry, but as far as I know, the only way to do that is to have a new election or to join a different assessment district. And I'd like staff to, since I've been asked that question several times, I'd like staff to answer that, because I'm not sure I'm correct, but I think that's the answer.
Yes, I believe I can answer that, and then I'll certainly rely on staff to fill in the blanks or correct me where I'm wrong. But as it relates to the LMAD, Councilmember Cox and the rest of the council, I think the easiest way to summarize it is of the 8 landscaping maintenance assessment districts, 1 through 4 effectively are those districts that don't have provisions that allow for the annual escalators. 5 through 8 do. And what you see in this staff report is, with the exception of LMAD 7, and even for those that are eligible or where you can actually make an increase, staff has determined that it's not necessary in this fiscal year. So effectively, as it relates to the LMAD, of all 8, only 1 is being increased consistent with the CPI, and the rest are being kept fixed. 1 through 4 are going to continue to lag behind 5 through 8 because they don't have those means. So as to what the public can do, I think similar to what you saw in recent council meetings where we did have a residential complaint about landscaping, where they were able to compare the quality of their landscaping to a neighboring landscaping district. Petition was circulated, petition was submitted to this council, a de-annexation and an annexation into a more appropriately funded landscape district. That actually was voter initiated, voter approved, and that's really the one example we can give you, and the best example to where you can actually change the trajectory as to whether or not specific landscapings throughout the community are funded properly to be maintained properly.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Yeah, so you said only one was consistent with CPI. Was it LMAD 6?
LMAD 7, I believe.
I know that recently LMAD 3 had some marketing. How is that going with LMAD 3? The Brentwood area.
LMAD 3 had some marketing. I'm not quite.
Yeah, I met with a couple of residents. They showed me the letter from the school district showing that LMAD 3 was supposedly going to have some type of assessment. And so because my experience with LMAD 6 was that the residents have to be able to be the ones that are for or against it, I presume that LMAD 3 was going through the same process. Is that incorrect?
I'm not aware of a process currently going on in LMAD 3. I know there was one several years ago that got shot down. I don't know if Doug or Brian, can you speak to that more specifically?
We do have some members in Brentwood that are interested in trying to put a group together, so we'll be working with them. It's going to need quite a few.
And then it's my understanding that there's only one way to do this, is to have 50+1 or the majority of the residents to be able to put an assessment. But hearing you say that only one was close to this consumer price index, I'm assuming that there's other ways of doing an assessment, not just the way that I've encountered it, which means the majority of the residents have to be able to fill out the ballot and agree to it.
Yeah, and I think we're kind of splitting hairs. There's one part of your comment that's speaking more towards the original formation, and in the case of 1 through 4 in the original forming documents, there's provisions that don't allow for the annual CPI increases. Comparably, districts 5 through 8 do include the language for the CPI increases. So when it comes to LMADs 5 through 8, as is the case here, you have the discretion annually as a part of this reaffirmation process to decide if it's necessary for the district to have the CPI added onto it. So in the case of LMAD 7, which is the only LMAD that is proposing the CPI increase, that's because it's written into the formation documents enabling you to do that. Absent that language, you would not be able to do it, and that's effectively what the voters would have to vote on in that district to change.
Well, I'm sorry you felt that you were splitting hairs. This is something that I did not understand, and this is new information for me, so I actually thank you for clarifying and letting me understand that that's not only one way, but there's an alternate way, which I learned today. I have no further questions.
At this time, I open the public hearing, and I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I close the public hearing, and at this time, I request a motion and a second.
Sure, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
I need a second.
Second.
Could I get clarified that second?
Mayor Pro Tem.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item B2, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against confirming the annual assessments for unpaid rubbish collection fees, sewer use fees, storm drain fees, hazardous waste fees, and or Assembly Bill 939 recycling fees. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council adopt Resolution Number 19-047, confirming the annual assessments for unpaid rubbish collection fees, sewer use fees, storm drain fees, hazardous waste fees, and/or Assembly Bill 939, recycling fees at the close of the public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, I open the public hearing, and I do have one card. Sammy Isaac.
Mayor Garcia, did you want to ask for questions from staff first, to just make sure it wasn't, I think, in your script? But typically, we ask for questions for staff if you want to do that first.
Since the public hearing is open, I'd request that we continue and ask.
That'd be fine.
I'm Sammy Isaac, and I get this letter pertaining to like I own a property, which I don't, and I in care of Frank Jackson, and the other. I have a bill here that has her name on it and his name, but they both deceased way back in 1998. And they did live out here, and I guess some of you might know Frank Jackson because he had a business here. But anyway, he was a friend, and I asked him on kind of, my daughter had a daughter living in Barstow, and I wanted her out of that area. And I asked him, could he let me use his house? Because we were friends. He said yes, because he was in South Carolina. It's not mine, period.
The house is in Frank Jackson's name, and my dad is getting letters for the bill, and he came down to the city, down here, and told them that he's no longer connected with the house. It's not his home. It's Frank Jackson and Evelyn home. His name's not even on the deed.
Right.
And we have proof because we could get, go down to the, what do you call that?
So since he let me use the house, I did pay the tax on the house, but they were sending, the first site they were sending it down to Louisiana where his wife was living. They wouldn't send it to me because I was, using the house. So then I called down to San Medina, and I asked them, since I was using the house for my daughter, was it possible they could give me like 2 weeks before the 10th of December for paying the tax? Would they send me a duplicate? Because they wouldn't send me the main bill. They would send it down to Louisiana. So they told me yes. So I really paid the tax on the house from, what was it, 98 until 09. But it wasn't my house. I was doing that on account of my daughter.
So you're trying to get your name off. So basically, how can he get his name off of the bill, which he's not living there? He has his own home.
Yeah.
And his daughter's not living there anymore, period.
Could we refer this to the staff?
Yes, please. Madam Mayor, members of the council, if I might, this sounds like a matter that definitely requires some special attention. The person that's in charge of our customer service department, or division, I should say, is here in the audience, John Mendiola. I'd like him to meet you in the back, if you will, and perhaps out in the foyer you can discuss a little bit more particularly, but it sounds like a matter that he can attend to, and to the extent there's something we can do to resolve it, we will.
Okay, thank you. Thank you.
You also had a speaker card on item B3. Did he still want to speak on item B3, or is that something that you can discuss with staff? Okay, so you will discuss it with staff then. All right. Thank you.
So your same comments you want applicable to B3 as well, correct? You have the same issue on B3, which is, I think, the water.
Oh, I'm confused. What is
Water.
It's the same thing related to water. So we will just incorporate the same comments on B3 if you'd like that.
Yeah, I assume that both questions are related, so you can talk to staff about it, and they can actually
Okay.
give you information or guidance or whatever it is that you need. Okay? Thank you. That was the only card that I had, and now I will ask council members if you have any questions of staff at this time. And sorry that I skipped over that. Is there anyone with any questions?
I have a question.
Go ahead, Jim.
I know that the rubbish collection fee, sewer use fee, storm drain fees are restricted to be used in those categories for which they're collected. Hazardous waste fees, do we collect those and pay those to any other entities? Contract with any other entity for hazardous waste? Where do the funds go? What account are they in?
I'm sorry, Janelle Davidson, our Community Services Director, oversees the Solid Waste Division.
Good evening. Yes, the Household Hazardous Waste Collection Center is operated by the city, so that portion of the fee is used to operate that center. There are 2 contracts. It's operated by Burtec Waste, and then the county handles the disposal component.
Thank you.
Thank you, Janelle. At this time, I close the public hearing. I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I'm happy to make a motion, but my question is, the gentleman that just spoke, was that Mr. Jackson?
Sammy Isaac.
Isaac? Okay. All right, so with that said, Madam Mayor, I move that the City Council take action in accordance with the recommendation set forth on the agenda, with the exception of dealing with the issue for Mr. Isaac.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Well, we still have questions. I would like to be able to ask questions before the comments go through. No, we didn't. Remember, you said, let's go ahead. We're having the hearing.
No,
let's
I
go
did.
ahead and
No, we
skip
did.
the staff.
I did. You were not
You
listening.
remember?
I did.
When they were speaking?
So questions, I ask questions, staff.
Yeah, and that's where she asked her question, and then I want to be able to ask my question as well.
Well, pay attention or go ahead.
So what happens when the city sends information through the county and perceives to be sending the potential lien and delinquency bill to the owner? How does the city verify when someone like the current speaker says that he's not the registered owner in terms of this lien?
Madam Mayor, City Council, so to answer that question, so it's going to go onto the property tax attached where the account is being provided service. And so whoever the registered owner is at the time that property tax is billed is who's going to receive that bill.
Right, which was what we witnessed, but there's a lot of individuals who are not here that potentially have the same issue. So for clarity's sake, I want to know what could have occurred had we not had anyone here. And if they're coming to me, I want to give them a response. You're not going to answer my phone call. They're going to take my word for what you're telling me as an expert.
Yeah, so in the case where somebody has received an amount on their property tax bill that they disagree with, they have on their property tax bill, it will list our phone number as the point of contact to reach and try to resolve those issues, and we will gladly accept those calls and try to work through those issues with them individually.
Okay, thank you. You know what? I have one other question. I didn't look at that notice that the lady received. I saw her letter, but I don't know if the number would be generic or is it to a specific department? Because I know when I call to City Hall, it's like a runaround just to try to get to the department that I need. So is there a specific department or is it the generic City Hall number?
No, I believe that number goes directly to the finance department.
Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes, I have actually a follow-up question then. I want to make sure that the motion that I made is legitimate, because if this is really, the liens are going to be placed on whoever owns the property owner. So there was really no need for me to exclude Mr. Isaac from this because he's not on the roll as the property owner.
That's probably fair, but after the approval tonight, we actually have until August 10th to send the information to the county, in which case we're going to probably sort through a few of these questions as those letters are out on the street and as this action has been taking place. A lot of the customers will acknowledge that and come in and make payments or ask questions similarly to what happened tonight. And so we do have some time between now and August 10th to try to resolve those issues. In this particular case, if he's not the owner of record, but he is potentially named on the account, he would have gotten the letter as well as the actual property owner. And so that's probably why he received the letter, because it's probably a forwarding address that he provided to us as the contact of record on the account.
So as it stands now, we shouldn't expect any harm to come to him in terms of a lien.
No, we're gonna definitely go through it, and
Okay.
we have absolutely we have enough time to resolve and actually pull, if needed, that particular property off. If resolved, pull that property off of the lien.
Okay, so that being the case, then I want to amend my motion to strike the exclusion of Mr. Isaac from the motion.
The motion by Councilmember Jones.
I have-
Amended motion by
Amended to
Councilmember
just-
Jones. Is
So,
there-
right, so amend the motion to strike the language that had the caveat about Mr. Isaac. So then the motion now would just be to move the recommendation set forth on the agenda
Is there a second
on the amendment, right?
on the amended motion?
I still have another question. My question, George, yesterday I found out that the county stated that when there are liens placed, 1 or 2 or 3, after 5 years, these liens go on to a tax sale. So after August 10th, all these individuals that potentially, the city sent to get these liens, they're going to be during a tax lien if it's not paid off, right? That's the potential starting of a delinquency list.
So to make clear, the process that you're going through tonight is to place these delinquent payments onto the property tax bill for those properties. And it's recorded as a lien for the purpose of for the purpose of inclusion on their property tax bill. So if any, along with all the other charges that would be on a property tax bill, correct? And so if they go 5 years delinquent on paying their property tax bill, the county does have a process in which they would go through to resolve those delinquencies, up to and including foreclosure is what I believe. In which case, if the property were to go to a property tax sale or a delinquency sale, any proceeds would come back to the city at that time. If there are any errors, we can always go to the county and strip our charges from that property tax bill. We can do that at any time.
Madam Mayor,
Further question?
just to add to that, I think it's important to be clear that as we use the lien mechanism to eventually get paid, it's not our lien process that's initiating a property tax sale. The property tax sales are initiated by the county specifically due to the reason of unpaid or delinquent property tax payments for the period of 5 years. So our liens aren't what's triggering the property tax sales.
Correct.
I would like to ask a question. Is it not true that when you have not paid your fees, that it is on a bill and that it is given to both the owner as well as the renter? So the question of this gentleman coming and saying that he knew nothing of it beyond the 1 year, how is it possible that he would not have known, even though if his wife had passed away? Isn't the fee still listed on the bill?
It's very possible. I don't want to speculate as to the situation because I haven't had a chance to actually meet with the customer and find out exactly what the issue is. But what you did say is true, that as we go through this process, the current person who's listed as the owner of the account will receive notice, as well as the record or the owner of record for the property in case there's a rental relationship there. And so in this particular case, if he is the owner of the account, that's an old account that he's now moved and has not, and this delinquency does belong to him as the owner of that account, that's probably why he received a notice. But once again, I don't want to speculate until I have a chance to really look at this particular case in detail.
My point is that there was notification at the point of the first time that the fees were not paid, and concurrently continued until the gentleman has come to us and mentioned it. But the fact is that it is on the bill. It is given to both the owner or the person who is living there. So my question is, the process has been followed through fairly, has it not?
That is correct.
I have an amended motion by Councilmember Jones. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. Any further comments?
Yes, regarding the public speaker, the letter submitted by the city addressed both the water and the sanitation issues. And I would like to let it be known for the record that in my conversation with the public speakers just before the start of this meeting, they said that they wanted to address both hearings, B2 and B3.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
So now now that we've stricken the language through the vote on the amendment, we now have a new amended main motion, which is just to move the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Correct.
As a point of order, Mrs. Jones, was that clarification?
That
I'm just
was
not
to make
understanding
sure
what
that we
happened.
don't lose track of what we're doing, because what I found often, Councilmember Gomez, is that when an amended motion is not the same as a substitute motion, so the procedure's a little different.
Moving on to item B3.
No, we need a motion on the new. We need a motion pertaining, or a vote pertaining to the new main motion. The new main motion is to move the recommendation set forth on the agenda. The original motion, which I amended, was to strike the information
just to
about
strike
Mr.
it.
Isaac.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood
And that was what
you.
we just voted on. So now we've effectively stricken that language. Now we're back at the main motion that moves the recommendation. That requires a vote.
Can I get a motion in a second?
Second.
As a point of order, I need clarification to what's happening, because I felt we were voting on a main vote, and when we're doing this, that's why I asked, what is it that's going on? The
Right.
first one was a substitute, and then the second one was a main?
The first one was not a substitute motion. It was an amended motion. There's a difference in procedure.
Okay, so we voted on the amended, and now we're going to vote on the main?
And the amendment that I proposed was to just strike the language. This is why I like substitute motions better. But so the amendment was to simply strike the language as it pertained to Mr. Isaac.
So we
voted
voted
to strike
to do
it.
that.
We struck it. Now we're at the main motion, which just moves the recommendation.
So we have a motion and a second, and now the question is, any further questions, or can we go ahead and vote?
So I have a motion by Councilmember Jones and a second by Mayor Pro Tem Ramirez. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Now we move on to item B3. A public hearing to hear arguments for and against confirming the annual assessments for unpaid water fees. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the Board of Directors of the Victorville Water District adopt resolution number VWD 19-007, confirming the annual assessments for unpaid water fees at the close of the public hearing.
Thank you. At this time, I open the public hearing, and I will ask council members if they have any questions of staff at this time.
I have none. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Yeah, I have a question. Usually, I know we're supposedly going with the questions to staff, but aren't we supposed to be listening before we make up our minds to the general audience? Every time we do any kind of, whether it's a public hearing or one of the more major hearings where you have no limited time for the applicant, the rules seem to kind of be murky in terms of what is taking place. And just this last one was, we skipped the staff questions from council members and went ahead and went with the audience. So that just continues to add more to the unclearness as to what the process is. So I just want clarification as to get back on track before I get derailed again with this conversation that keeps going back and forth.
The process
can you
is
help?
set forth in the policy manual Unfortunately, on item B2, there was a very slight error, essentially, in the fact that we failed to ask for the staff report and questions first, followed by opening of the public hearing, which Mayor Garcia did, closing the public hearing. So then, to accommodate that, we allowed for staff questions after the public hearing. The typical procedure would be for you have the staff report and presentation, you then ask for questions related to the staff report or presentation, then open the public hearing, close the public hearing, bring it back to the council for discussion, possible motion, and then you can have discussion amongst the council members based on the public comments you hear. So the item B2 was a little quirk, but we remedied it by having the questions come after the public hearing.
And the reason for that is because my guidelines are not in order.
It's not a problem. It's just a small little
I know.
procedural hiccup.
And I didn't pick up on it, but it was not in order. Okay, very good. So any questions of staff at this time? None? Okay. I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I would just incorporate the comments previously. I think it's clear on the record, but the individuals that spoke on item B2, I think what their same comments incorporated here as part of the public record on B3. I think that's pretty clear to staff.
Okay, so do you want me to?
No, that's all right. Just as long as the record reflects that, I think we're good.
And I do have a question.
Go ahead.
So, how were each of the property owners notified? I don't have a sample here if a letter was sent or how it went about. I didn't have the opportunity to knock on many doors to see if they even knew about this.
So, Madam Mayor, and council, this is a culmination of delinquencies that can happen throughout the year. So to start with, if there are any delinquencies that would, I guess, compile or accumulate through the months, every month they do get a water bill that states what their balance is. And if that is a growing delinquent balance, that's the first point of notification, is that they will get their bill every month. Secondarily, after June 30, we do an analysis of who's still delinquent after June 30. We compile that list, and then we send out mailers. One goes to the account holder of record, and another goes to the property owner if those two people are different people. And so they do receive letters. Tonight, the notice of this public hearing is another notice, as well as their ability to come and speak. And then, once again, we will review the list before August 10th, before we actually send the levy to the county, to make sure that nobody's included if they have paid their balance in full prior to the August 10th deadline. And so there are multiple times that we go through the list and validate it. This list is actually shorter than it was last year, which is a good thing. By the looks of some of these balances, a lot of these may be abandoned accounts where people have closed their account or thought they closed their account without resolving the full balance. And then when you start seeing the small balances, those are people who have abandoned account left without taking care of the full balance, and now we're sending that notice out as a lien. But in just, I hope that answers your question, but they are notified of their account status regularly on a monthly basis, and then letters do go out prior to the lien process.
Yes, I was looking at figures of $16, $17, $18, and I just can't fathom how anyone would let their property go to a lien because of a very small
in
fee.
a lot of those cases, those are people who have said, I'm taking off, the account's probably switched off and switched over into another person's name, but there's the old account holder leaves a small balance, but they're no longer on the account. It's a closed account, and so we have to resolve it somehow, and this is the easiest way to resolve it, by holding the property owner accountable. And if they want to contact that previous owner and recoup it, they can. Or if that property owner with their forwarding address, or I'm sorry, the account holder with that forwarding address sees this letter and wants to resolve it, they can come in and resolve it. They may not even know, in a lot of cases, that balance was left because they've moved on. And so this gives them an opportunity with that letter to actually see that there's a balance remaining.
Thank you.
I'd like to add, if the individuals who have renters on the property, if you look at these are Tustin and Baldwin Park and so on. Generally, the renters move out, they pay the bill, but you're required to call, have the meter shut off, a final reading and a final bill and they're long gone by the time that happens. And so since they don't get a bill and you don't have the forwarding address, the owner then will get that final bill, and that you'll see a very small number for the final bill. Rather than $50, $60, or $70, it'll be $14, $15, $20.
Right, and generally that's net of the deposit that was left. So in most cases, the deposit that was left by that renter will pay the majority of the bill, and in these cases, they leave a small balance that needs to be resolved.
And another question, what is the percentage that these individuals, let's say it's gone a year, 2 years, is it compounded interest or just simple interest?
I'd have to look at them individually. There is a delinquency charge that is charged on a monthly basis for the delinquent amount, and so I'd have to look at them individually. We'd have to look, but
is that a flat fee or a percentage that increases as the years go by?
No, this is only a 1 year snapshot. So this is because we do this process every year. These delinquencies are resolved after at this point for the last 12 months.
Well, because remember, we had a speaker not too long ago that came in and said her bill started at one point and then it ended hundreds and thousands of dollars or whatever, and then staff had to talk with this person for the hardship that she was going through. So is that the same process after 1 year snapshot? There's a fee. The next year, if there's nothing, there's another fee. So it gets tacked on. So this $16.17 does not become $16.17 at the end of the 5th year.
This is a interesting example that you give me. I'm not exactly sure which example you're using, which customer we're talking about. But that $16, if it's an abandoned amount, that's the amount that's due. That'll go into a lien process. If it's an active account where there's multiple months of delinquency, then there is a late charge that's added to the account as a percentage of the outstanding bill. But once this goes onto the property tax bill, the county would then levy any kind of late fees to it, not the city.
Anyone else? No? I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I close the public hearing. And now I need a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I move that council adopt resolution VWD 19-07 according with staff recommendations.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes.
So I'm sorry.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Gomez.
So I'm not satisfied with the correctness of the assessment, the proceeding, and all the matters related here too. So as one of the board of directors for this, I do not hereby confirm the proceedings on the said assessment. That's my comment for this particular subject.
So just for clarification on the motion, it was for the council to take action, but the recommendation is for the board of directors of the Victorville Water District to action. So that's the council acting as the board of directors.
My motion with the city council, but it's city council acting as a board of directors of the water district. Was that the correction you were making?
Yeah.
A motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
I think I lost my place before. Is that the one I'm on? Okay. A public hearing to hear arguments for and against confirming the annual assessments and approval of the engineer's report for the citywide street lighting assessment district. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve Resolution Number 19-052 that confirms the annual assessments of the district and the engineer's report for the fiscal year 2019-2020.
Thank you. At this time, I open the public hearing. And council members, do you have any questions of staff at this time?
I have none, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Evidently, there's none.
For item B4, I should probably give you this one if you want to go ahead and have it. It has a lot of questions. So my question starts, if you can please explain how the assessment doesn't exceed the reasonable cost of the proportionate special benefits conferred for each parcel. And is it because of the California Public Utilities rules, the methodology assessment, such as the EDUs, or the amount of the 2019-2020 assessment district assessed for the parcels? The next question is the 1398 costs per EDU units subjected to cost escalators based on increases from admin costs, electrical costs, and CPU sources of electrical supplies, such as Edison owning the light, which excludes possibly city-owned lights. Is there a hearing only addressing SLAD number 2? I notice as there's 1 and 2. I'm concerned about the initial statement made by council in 2013, which states that the creation was for the purposes of operation and maintenance of street lighting, safety lighting, and traffic signal lighting systems and facilities. And the next question is, why isn't the city using the SLAD for local road, arterial roads, and parking, parks and ride anymore? And how did this affect, or why was it passed in the 2013-14 budget? You can see the related pages where I found that information. And another question is, since 1986, the city fund maintenance and operations at 0.75 streetlights and 0.83 safety lights, meaning we don't even build one every single year.
You have 30 seconds.
The public would like to know funding sources, applicable regulations, laws that govern erecting any kind of infrastructure. And so you see I have multiple questions. I would really like something synopsis, but if not, also include something in writing so that I can have hardcore evidence of all these questions that I have related to this subject matter.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, as these questions were just given to us, some of which I think are easy to answer and are already addressed in the staff report, along with the accompanying attachments. The many others will likely require a little bit of time to research and respond. So I think it might be appropriate at this time to have Mr. Gangler, the city engineer, at least address the high-level questions that I think are already contained in the report, and then we can follow up separately in writing to the rest of the questions.
I can give more of a high-level review. So the district was formed originally in 2013. There was an engineer's report that supported the formation of the district that was approved, and it went through a Proposition 218 process to establish the district. When that happened, there was a previous street lighting assessment district that was rescinded, so this replaced that, and it formed a citywide district. There was a previous district also that had expired prior to that. So the engineer's report identified different land uses in the city and assigned an economic, an equivalent dwelling unit for these different land use categories. And that's how these different types of land uses were assessed. And so we have to abide by the original assessment that was formed back in 2013. The only provision we have is there is a cost inflator that, or an escalator, if you will, that could be applied. We have not applied that since 2013, but if it is needed to cover expenses for the district, that can be applied. It's based on the electrical cost increases or the CPI increases. And that's kind of a high-level overview, and if there are any specific questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
And I'll be submitting this to the city clerk for today's record.
I have a question. I noticed that in regards to lighting, it's by voltage, and depending upon whether it's a traffic light or a pole light. I also noticed that there was a mentioning of a budget item for downtown, which was approximately $548,000. Now, based on the fact that lighting in general is based on how much light it actually gives, is there any possible way to find out, because it was never mentioned when we had our workshop, how many actual lights will be placed downtown? I see the number of the money, and I can see the voltage costs, and since pole lights, the cost is differ from a traffic light. Is there any way for us to know how many we're actually going to have downtown? Because it is a very dark location. Is there any way to find out other than just the cost?
Right. So we have already been working with Southern California Edison to add additional lights on existing wood poles, mainly on some alleys and also on some streets. And I'm going off my memory, I think that was 51 additional streetlights. But those are just on wood poles, and that would not include replacing any decorative lights on 7th Street and on D Street. However, that would help with some of the dark spots that would fill in some missing streetlights in Old Town. I'm not going to remember how many lights could replace the existing decorative lights on D Street and 7th Street, but we could get back with you on that. I'm not going to remember off the top of my head how many there are. I do know that they are pretty closely spaced. A lot of them are only 80 feet apart or so, whereas on our standard street lighting, they could be much further apart. They could be 250 feet apart.
Now, is there any possibility of, because in downtown Victorville, around 66, the usage of
Excuse me,
alleys-
Ms. Gomez, you're leaving your desk again for the second time.
The question of the use
Okay.
of alleys is also a means
note
of
of that,
transportation, in terms of parking a car. Is there any possibility that any of these monies may be used also to light up the alleys that are used as a form of a street?
Yes, and actually that's what we're working on. So our standard streetlight spacing is usually roughly 250 feet. Could be a little bit more, and that's exactly what we're doing. We have already put a request in to add more streetlights on these alleys essentially they have dark spots, so it would fill in the dark spots on some of these alleys. There are also a few mid-block locations on some of the streets in Old Town where we have already requested more streetlights to be added. But that is separate from the existing lighting on 7th Street and D Street. But yes, we are going to add more streetlights on the alleys.
Will you be giving us a report on that when you complete your study and your research as to the placement of lights?
Yes, we did intend on having a report on that. It wasn't going to be associated with this Streetlight Assessment District confirmation, but we were planning on reporting back to you on the Old Town street lighting.
Thank you very much.
Question. Did I hear you understand there's going to be a modification or a change to the streetlights on D Street?
Well, that's what we're going to be reporting on at a later time with City Council, because we have completed a photometric study of the street lighting, and what we need to report on is our options for moving ahead, because we have a limited budget from the Streetlight Assessment District that can be dedicated to capital improvements. So that's why we intend to have a report and discuss that with City Council at a later meeting.
So we can
Third
count
time
on
Ms.
getting
Gomez leaves her desk. Make note of it.
we will have a study then from staff indicating the proposed new streetlights to go in the downtown area before anything is done.
We will report on our recommendations, yes.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. I believe that's all we had. I do have some speaker cards. Thank you. Daryl Freeman.
I wasn't originally going to speak on this, but as long as it came up, I noticed it says citywide street lighting, right? Well, I live in the city. I've lived in the city since 1992. I don't have any street lights on my street. I live on 11th Avenue, which is like a main thoroughfare between Bear Valley and Nisqually. We don't have one light. And when we had this vote a few years ago, that little paper pamphlet vote that everybody wrote on and turned in, that you passed the to assess all the citizens for streetlights, I'm thinking, am I paying for streetlights that I don't have? We don't have sidewalks, we don't have streetlights, we don't have nothing. You know, you drive down that street at night and you just pray to God you don't run over somebody's dog or a pedestrian or whatever. So if you're talking about putting in more lights, how about hitting us up? Thank you.
Thank you.
Joe
Get a
Forgetti,
little wound up.
and after Joe, that's the only one that I have.
This issue I kind of put on general comments, but after reading this, I decided to change my mind and put it this. Couple city council meetings, Dr. Rita was so interested in the school crossings and stuff like that, and the children, this, and I look good. She told me to make an appointment with Charlene. I did, and Dr. Rita blew me off. So yeah, you're real concerned about our people. Street lighting, okay? All street lights, everything, must meet federal guidelines. It means the paint on the road, the signs are hung the right way, the lights are bright enough, okay? They got to be, the lights got to be reflective. It has to be designed for the handicapped to see all this. Crosswalks really got to be marked. Handicaps, like, I live down in Irvine, okay, they got lights. There's some crosswalks in the dark, you can't even see them. You can't even see them during the day because they're not maintained, okay? So you're giving out citations left and right. So all citations should be ceased until every street corner, every crosswalk is properly maintained, okay? Any accidents that happen, somebody gets killed, okay, car accidents, whatever, you've been notified right now that if anything does happen, the city is now liable to failure to maintain. There's so many people I see driving, run through things and make mistakes and stuff. If they were marked properly, it's great. You could go through the mall of Victorville on a dark night. The lines, you can't see them. You can't see a lot of it between Palmdale Road and going towards the mall. The crosswalks, you can't see them. This one sign's 8 foot high. I think the regulation's 5 foot high to the bottom, and there's stop signs that are way off to decide where people can't see them. But instead of the people, the city is so concerned, they're only concerned about how many tickets they could generate because you're set up for failure, especially somebody that doesn't know coming through here. So as of right now, don't write a single citation. Right now, get started fixing it, okay? Besides this, there's a whole bunch of other things in the federal guidelines that you have to do. Remember, each corner, each crosswalk, each road has to meet the federal guidelines. And if it doesn't, okay, Dr. Rita doesn't care. You're going to run for Congress? Are you serious? You blew me off. Big mistake. Big mistake.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Next person, Maggie Martin.
You know, I want to say something, and it did slip my memory because Mr. Forgetti had brought this up before. And I'm going to tell you, as an older person, especially not having the beautiful eyesight I once had, he's right on, I'm going to show both sides of that. He's right. There's a lot of cross signs, you know, the painted on the ground, the curbing, the lane lines and stuff like that on all the more heavily trafficked areas of our city that I can't hardly see them in the daytime, much less in the nighttime. And I drive down Palmdale because I live off Palmdale. If I happen to leave the house after dark and go west on Palmdale, I'm like I feel like I'm in the twilight zone as soon as I leave the corner where there is one street light. So, I mean, we do have a lack. And in furtherance of that, for example, when I lived in the Sunset Ridge development, there's a section that's this side, meaning east of Cobalt, between Bear Valley and Sycamore. And those houses that were built over there don't have, and it's a pretty good sized little development, don't have a street light one. No, the part I was in Sunset Ridge, very well lit. So, I mean, I think in general we have a lack of sufficient lighting. The other side of that is it's not even logical, reasonable, nor practical to say stop issuing citations and put a moratorium on citations and that kind of thing. Those guys are going to have to go out and do their job regardless. You know, you can't hold that over their head as a city and say, you can't do your job because the lines aren't painted because the city didn't paint them, so you can't issue citation. I don't see a lot of logic in that. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the speaker cards that I have on this one item. Therefore, I close the public hearing. And at this time, I request a motion and a second.
Yes, Mayor Garcia, I move that the City Council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. Any further comments?
Yes. As I recall, when we adopted the street lighting district, we did away with the old districts that existed. A lot of the area was not in the street lighting district. As I recall, staff reported at that time that there was actually no legal requirement for street lights, i.e. Hesperia and Apple Valley doesn't have street lights. County areas that are developed doesn't have street lights. It's a policy of the council to have street lights, and then the policy of how far apart they are is established on a recommendation from the engineer to the city council. And we've tried to adhere to that. However, when we adopted the street lighting charges, we were told at that time, I think I'm right, I'll have a lot of search to do, I won't ask staff to do it, I'll do it myself, that none of the money was allocated for new street lights, it was for the energy charges, because they expected the energy charge to get higher and higher. We did agree that because if lights didn't exist in an area, that we should look at the area, so I think we've by policy the council modified that. But also there are several sections in the city that don't have street lights. We're not in the street lighting district until the city established the street lighting district in 2016, staff?
13.
And so the first money came in 14. So if you lived in one of those areas, which this gentleman lives in, there was no money collected for street lights ever in that area. And so I know staff is doing a study in that area in regard, particularly the intersections where there have been problems or there's a lot of pedestrian walkways. So we're aware of the problems. I like to have the streets lit. I think well-lighted streets are safe streets and help everyone. But if you have a problem or if you have an area that you're concerned, let us know, let staff know, let someone know, and we will look into it.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, if I might, and I think it will be of benefit to the public, in speaking to the streetlight district and its formation back in 2013, the contemplation was energy charges, but also capital such as new streetlight standards, also to support the signalization system. And some of the comments that we heard here tonight were specific to I don't have a street light in front of my home, therefore I shouldn't pay. But the formation of the district is not for one particular individual home. It's actually to support a larger system, similar to how a sewer system operates or any other utility system operates. And in this particular case, and part of the reason why the rate has not changed over the last 5 or so years has been to allow for it to sustain the operations and maintenance of the system, but also to collect enough cash reserves so we can undertake capital projects. And we've been discussing capital projects for about a year now, and we've been working with you and the community to identify priorities throughout the city. You heard a little bit earlier from the city engineer as to a photometric study being done in Old Town to identify appropriate lighting, decorative lighting along 7th and D. But in addition to that, we've also identified other priority areas, including a square mile. I'm not sure if the gentleman that just spoke, his location fits in the square mile, but there's a area that we define as a square mile south of Nisqually, bounded by Balsam on the west, and I can't remember how far east it goes. That's a priority area, and for example, we've got 51 streetlights being planned in that area right now. We've got 31 additional that Mr. Gangler spoke to deal with the intersections and alleyways in Old Town. So it's this funding source that, despite the fact that there might be one individual saying, I don't have a street light in front of my home, this is actually the mechanism that allows us eventually to get there, if you will, certainly hitting the high priority areas first, and that's kind of our focus. That's been our focus for the last year.
Thank you. Anyone else?
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
So I'm going to go ahead and provide my comments. I cannot in good conscience find the assessment amount that does not exceed the reasonable cost of the proportionate special benefit which was conferred with each parcel. The special benefit that was derived by each identified parcel in relationship to the entirety of the property, which is related to the service that's being provided. And this, I'm referring to the EDU assessment from a 4 to a 1 EDU regarding the Green Tree Golf Course. This council just approved $6.6 million, creating the general fund as a personal piggy bank to current and former and long-standing planning commissioners and council members who live in the Green Tree Golf Course. They've created a revenue resource to fund the ongoing maintenance of the existing and future Green Tree Golf Course. So when you hear the crime is high and we don't have enough money for police or fire, think general fund dollars going to the maintenance of politicians' backyard, right, Mr. Cox? Mr. Mesler, I'm requesting from you to supply me with hard copies of the following in my inbox and also in my city email. That would be the assessment diagram for the citywide street lighting assessment district 1 and 2, the diagram of the proposed district boundaries showing the exterior boundaries of the proposed districts of any zones within the proposed district 1 and 2, and the lines and the dimensions of each lot or parcel of land within the proposed district that is on file in the office of the city clerk in the city of Victorville. Please acknowledge my request, and would you reply yes or no to what I'm requesting at the moment? And I'm going to say a default silence would mean you're acquiescing to my requests.
I haven't had a chance to answer, but I will be providing the information as requested.
I appreciate it. And lastly, I would take the time to thank Mr. Gangler and his colleagues for acknowledging the former solutions. In this case, the 2013 citywide SLAD was very important to me and to council to contextualize what took place historically and to make a decision today.
Any further comments? Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye. All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Now we move on to item B5, a public hearing to hear arguments for and against amending and revising the electric rate schedules for electric services provided to customers of Victorville Municipal Utility Services. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council conduct a public hearing for Resolution Number 19-053 and adopt Resolution Number 19-053 to revise the Victorville Municipal Utility Services Electric Rate Schedule Appendix A of attachment thereto.
Thank you. At this time, I open the public hearing. And I do not have any speaker cards. Are there any council members that have any questions of staff at this time?
Yes. So if you refer back to your list, this is also already submitted to the city clerk. I'm going to start with my questions. The agenda states that the city is to meet revenue requirements. I don't know what the percentages and actual figures are, so I'm looking for figures in dollars, to ensure that the electricity rates, the fees, and the charges that are adequately reflected are reasonable and prudent costs to acquire and deliver electrical power to its retail customers. That's on page 281, which makes the system more current of a level of service. And you see the escalate of 6%, which is obligatory and mandated. What is the actual figure in dollars? That's the 6%. What's the total of that 6% that's being derived? Because there is no sustainable data presented in the documents that I can look at an actual figure. Not too long ago, we had contractual issues with an industrial company in Foxborough. I believe it was Mars. I'm not sure. I think it's Mars, but I'll leave it at that. Is that company considered a small commercial, industrial, medium, or a large commercial, industrial entity? I asked that question because it would reflect how I can go back into the data and examine what figures actually fit to that industrial site. Is the county legal record statistically or visually the most known in use and marketed in the area where the city is legally required to post versus in other newspapers? So I'm questioning the use of the paper that we used. And does the traffic controls mesh with VMIS operations and the maintenance of the duties? Please contextualize your response in light of this agenda item. And what happened with the electric service rates for 2015? I'm assuming we didn't have any ordinances, therefore it's missing. How is the electrical rate schedule synonymous to tariffs? I know we have an area that is at the airport that has to do a lot with that, so I wasn't understanding. And again, Mr. Metzler, I'm going to be requesting a couple of items from you shortly.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, the items, these questions have just been given to us, many of which I think we can generalize, and for the ones that we can't, that require a little bit more research, certainly that's something that we can follow up on. I think starting off with the question speaking to meeting revenue requirements, I think the easiest way to characterize that is speaking to not a lot different than any of our other utility systems when it comes to rate making, is considering a cost of service study or a cost of service approach. So kind of reverse than perhaps what might be done in the private sector. We always approach utility services from the perspective of what does it first cost to prudently run and maintain the system. And then from that, we have to establish rates that, because we're government related, we can't factor in profit. We have to develop rates based upon the various rate classifications of the users that are in your district, in this particular case out at Foxborough and SCLA, and then have a rate structure that generates, based upon the types of customers, the types of classes, enough revenue to pay for the identified essential cost of service. So that's what's really meant when speaking to the meeting of revenue requirement. As to the question about our particular customer, that's going to require a little bit of research. That's speaking to a specific customer information. So certainly that's something we'll have to dig a little bit deeper into. We're speaking about the numbers, unless Director of Utilities Michael Tenick can speak to the percentages, which we did not share them with you. Certainly we can. We did go through a fairly extensive analysis. I've spent the last week working with the Utilities Division going over the numbers and cash flows to make sure they all coincide with not only the rates, but also with the budget that was approved at the last meeting. I'll leave it up to you, Mike, if you can answer some of those. Otherwise, we can follow up separately.
I don't have to follow up on the exact numbers and that kind of stuff. I don't have that with me. So, as far as the traffic control, VMIS doesn't have anything to do with traffic control.
Yeah. So. And then tariffs. Tariffs in this business typically are synonymous with the actual rates.
Yes.
So other than that, I think that's the best I can do, given just the nature of these questions coming before me now, and I can follow up, both Mike and I can follow up separately in writing.
I have a question, sir. Yes, sir. Is it not the intent of this particular resolution to set the standard purchase at 6% so that before August 1st we have already approved, and that we can determine that our budget will not be used by an excessive or increase of the electricity? Is this not the case?
Well, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the question.
Okay.
I think I can capture that. The challenge, and I think why this is coming later than normal. I think we'd like to get it done a little bit sooner. There was a couple issues at play, including one that's still not resolved, in terms of what Edison's rates are. Edison is actually, and correct me if I'm wrong, Mike, Edison is actually going through a rate case before the PUC. And so what we've actually indexed our rates on, because that decision hasn't been made yet, is what we anticipate the PUC in approving. And we traditionally track the PUC and the SCE's rate cases so that we don't have to come back at a later date and make changes. So sometimes it requires waiting as long as possible. And in this case, in this year, we had that factor. I think it's 2 rate cases. One's already in place, and they've got a second that's being
correct.
considered.
One went into effect actually 3. One went into effect April 1st when they changed their templates, and then June 1st they had a rate increase, and then they're anticipating a rate decrease effective towards the end of this month.
So that combined with the fact that we waited longer than usual this year to lock in commodity prices. We've been monitoring commodity prices on the cost of power. I have been for over a year, as well as Mike. We've been working closely on that. And the market for the cost of power, or the commodity as I call it, has been high for a long period of time, largely indexed off of the cost of natural gas, and because natural gas has been high for quite some time because of storage-related issues. We've been effectively waiting for the right time to strike, and we finally struck in about April, I think it was April, at a point where we thought we were at the lowest of the high, if you will. So that combined with the PUC and monitoring what Edison is doing with its rates, it really kind of is why we're coming to you a little bit later than we'd like.
Well, I do not have any speaker cards, but I see they just gave me one. Joe Faghetti.
I think Blanca brought up a valid question of the 6%. 6% of what? Okay? This is not a real number. This is just something, 6% is relative to what? Okay? Beverly Hills last year had 1 murder. This year they have 2. So it went up 100% and 2? No, we have to put it in relative perspective. See how many fingers I have? 11. So 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 5 is 11. So anyway, by using percentages in real numbers and not posting all the accuracy, you confuse people, you deceive people. Okay? Do you think you're fair and honest? I don't think so. Okay, so you have to have full disclosure and transparency and let the people know what the actual numbers are. Right, Keith? So it's not good to be deceptive. So why are you holding this figure back? What's the reason? Think we're stupid? You think we don't know? So what does 6% really mean? So your next meeting wants you to explain that and break it down so that the normal person on the street can understand it. I understand it, most people don't. But the people you represent need to understand it, and you deceive them, and that's not right.
I do not have any other cards for this item. Therefore, I close the public hearing, and I need a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, just one recommendation altering the existing recommendation, if I might. The staff report is written to be retroactive July 1st. Staff is revising its recommendation with the action tonight to have the rates effective August 1st, since we've already effectively gone into the fiscal year.
Thank you. Do I have a motion?
Sure, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda, with the understanding that the rate change becomes effective August 1, 2019.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
The mandated increase that VMUS is requiring under the city manager with talks to the city attorney are to cover the cost of settlements that were recently done due to a contraction interpretation that conflicted with the Fox Bureau entity and the city of Victorville. Victorville is now forced to re-narrate the need to be competitive rather than blatantly stating that all statements have been very costly to the city residents and taxpayers, so that the increase is due to an ill management and lack of foresight. The city now has the current obligation to pay the settlements and the legal fees incurred because of the contractual conflict that occurred. In regards to my inquiry to the newspaper, I'd like to inform the public that the medium of newspaper is not only less expensive, but not as widely accessible to the average Jane and Joe. So as long as the city meets its legal requirement, the least amount of people will also know what is taking place within city grounds. Because I have not been given historical data such as the ordinances that display the makeup of this action being requested by the city, I find myself with major gaps in the data to make a well-thought and beneficial decision for my constituency. I find that this does not reflect the city's reasonable and prudent costs associated with an operation of VMUS, and perceive this resolution to be unfair, unreasonable, and discriminatory or excessive rates that exceed the city's reasonable cost of doing business. So I choose not to adopt this resolution in making a revision to the electric service rates that are effective July 1st, which was just modified to August 1st. And Mr. Messler, I'm requesting that you supply me with a hard copy of the following in my inbox, in my city email, which would be the recent issues related to VMUS and the Foxborough Industrial Entity, along with ordinance number 2240 as adopted by the City Council 2010. And I'd like you to please acknowledge my request with a yes or no, or a default silence would mean you acquiesce to my request.
I certainly acknowledge the request. I would like to identify for the council that I think your comments there are slightly misleading in trying to suggest that the settlement involving one of the customers is the only reason for the increase. In fact, the staff report is fairly well articulate in describing the biggest reason for the suggested increase. And the 6% increase that we're proposing is largely attributed to a 52% increase in the commodity cost. That's the biggest factor. The settlement element involving a customer is factored into the business case and is considered a cost of the doing business as a utility.
Any further comments? I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no.
Item B6, case number plan 19-00010-A, planned unit development modification with an environmental exemption to allow for updated development standards, including fencing, recreational space, setbacks, and building height on property located within the Cypress Point community. Applicant LGI Homes. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council conduct the public hearing, consider the applicant's request to modify the Planning Commission's recommendation, find the plan unit development modification exempt from the California Environment Quality Act pursuant to CEQA Section 15061B, introduce ordinance number 2392 for adoption and first reading by title only, and waive for the reading in full of proposed ordinance number 2392.
Thank you. At this time, I open the public hearing, and council members, are there any questions of staff at this time?
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may, and I almost hesitate. I guess I need to ask first, is the applicant present? Perfect. So with that said, I'm going to hold my questions of staff until I have questions for the applicant. Thank you.
have a question for Mr. Webb. Mr. Webb, is it not the policy of the Planning Commission to say or deem that landscaping must be done prior to the actual construction of model homes or the building of homes? Isn't that the policy of the Planning Commission?
Yes, our municipal code states that LMAT improvements shall be installed prior to the first occupancy unless otherwise approved by the Planning Commission.
So this item is really a question of negotiation with the City Council to permit the developer to not commit himself at the first because he's already started. At least that's what I read. So are we looking at the negotiations of him doing it at the beginning of the second phase of his project? Is that his intent?
Right now, the developer's operating at his own risk with starting construction, knowing that what our municipal code states. What's before you is packaged in a PUD ordinance, but as the City Council, as the appeal body of the Planning Commission, you would have the authority to review this component of it.
I have two further questions. I read in the paper that we're number 6 in the small cities in terms of housing, which I think is wonderful, but it'd be better if we were number 3. Okay, my attitude toward business and development is that the more development we can have, the better the city will be in terms of fees and budget and so forth, and jobs, of course. But if we were to negotiate this and say that it was perfectly fine for him to do the landscaping at the beginning of the second phase, would that cause a problem to the Planning Commission and its policies and regulations? Or is this an exception to the case?
I don't believe so, because just the structure of how the Planning Commission operates, they're operating at your pleasure to handle land use decisions, but ultimately if certain actions are required to be taken by the City Council, it's the City Council's discretion ultimately on how these are implemented.
Then I would like to ask the City Manager, what are our options? Would you please state?
Madam Mayor and members of the Council, I think your options certainly are with what is within the staff report, and particularly what's recommended to you in the staff report comes from the Planning Commission, that the ordinance be adopted. I think the one question the developer has that would like the council to consider above and beyond the commission's position is speaking to when shall the landscape maintenance assessment component be constructed, installed, and delivered to the city. That's really the issue that's outside of the scope of what the Planning Commission approved. Otherwise, everything contained in the ordinance that describes the PUD is there being recommended by the Planning Commission to you to approve as is. So in that particular case, the Planning Commission is saying specifically, despite their timeline, despite the developer having gone at risk, I actually went out to the site today and visibly saw construction in the air. Despite that all, what the Planning Commission's position in this PUD has been that before the model unit is final, before the single-family homes are finalized, that landscaping shall be installed. That is the most direct, most purest interpretation from the Commission's recommendation to you as the Council. Certainly, there's a separate request from the developer asking for a slight modification. That's up to the Council to deliberate and decide if they want to deviate from the Planning Commission's recommendation.
Can that modification be added to this,
It can be, but my understanding, and I'll...
Separate.
No, you can consider a modification. The procedure after you make the modification is a little fuzzy to me from the legal aspect, which I'll let Andre speak to as to what happens if you do in fact make the modification.
If you modify it to provide requirements that are something that has not previously been discussed by the Planning Commission, then whatever your recommendation would have to go back to the Planning Commission for their recommendation and report. it's not clear from the code or the government code, either the municipal code, what happens after that. But that would basically establish quite a delay with respect to the developer, because the Planning Commission can make a recommendation depending on its next meeting, and then basically there's a 40-day waiting period before that decision would become final. So essentially, depending on what you decide to do, if it's something that has not been previously considered by the Planning Commission and you make a recommendation that's different than either what has been considered by the Planning Commission or what's in the staff report, then chances are it may have to go back to the Planning Commission. It again depends on what you decide.
I have a question still. If we were to consider the modification in regards to the request of the developer,
You have 30 seconds.
then it would go back to you again for reconsideration, correct?
There's some ambiguity on that, because my understanding is at the Planning Commission, the developer did raise the issue of whether or not they could delay the improvements until after the first phase. And that would be one of the requests, I believe, of the developer at this point. If the Commission previously had heard that and considered it, then it would not have to go back to the Commission if that was your decision.
Yes, during the June 12th meeting, what was first brought forward to the Planning Commission was a proposal to delay the LMAD improvements to the start of the third phase. The question was posed during the hearing about postponing it somewhere in the middle at the second phase. But ultimately what the Planning Commission recommended was to require it up front. To say it was discussed, it was brought up in the hearing. In my opinion, I believe that code section was part of the dialogue of the hearing. So if you were to go with the Planning Commission's, if you were to go with the applicant's request, I believe that was discussed or at least brought up at the Planning Commission hearing.
The bottom line is, if you agree with the Planning Commission or if you go with the developer's request, both of which were discussed by the Planning Commission, that decision would not have to go back. If you decide on something different, that decision would then have to go back to the Planning Commission.
Well, I see a question of waste of time and a waste of a lot of money if we consider the modification. But I can understand the business developer wanting that negotiation. However, I don't know about the time that it would take if it were to be considered. If to go back to the Planning Commission, number one, it goes against the rules and regulations of the policies of the Commission. But on the other hand, if we are
Your time is up.
for development, then I cannot see squashing a negotiation. I mean, I'm looking at the fact, which is more important.
Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd like to go ahead and ask my questions, if I could. All right, thank you very much. So, I'm so happy that the applicant is here because I will have questions for him. So, is my understanding correct that initially the Planning Department's recommendation to the Planning Commission was to delay until the beginning of Phase 3? The third phase?
That is correct, yes.
Okay, and the Planning Commission took a very narrow view of how it should deal with this issue, correct? And before I say anything else, let me thank our Planning Commission because they do a wonderful job, and I know that each commissioner takes very seriously what they do, and I know that they listen very carefully to your recommendations and the work that's done behind the scenes to make those recommendations. That said, what is the risk to the city financially and or any other impacts that might ensue to the city if we were to accommodate the applicant's request?
As to risk, I think that was a question.
Financial and any other?
Yeah, I would see two different types of risk that need to be answered. As to financial risk to the city, I don't quite see it. I certainly see potential community risk in the sense that if the improvements were deferred in such a way where they didn't coincide with the existing code requiring them to be installed as a part of the first phase. If phase one, in this particular tract, as I understand it, has 3 phases to it, the current developer is working on a portion of phase one. The community risk is that the rest of the phases, the rest of the homes don't get built, the rest of the phase don't get built, and with that you've got no landscaping improvements that likely are going to wait until perhaps the next cycle of construction, which I say community risk as we see it, and we have many tracks throughout the community that have unfinished roads, uncapped streets. You've got a lot of DFADs, which are drainage facilities, LMADs that are not completed, and over time you see deterioration and decay to the point where they actually create a community risk, or what I would consider a community blight, and that becomes a negative towards a city. And I think effectively, if the council were to consider some kind of alternative to the Planning Commission's recommendation to you, I would ask that you keep in mind that potential community risk and work towards trying to mitigate that so that we're not potentially stuck with it down the road.
So then let me springboard on that, because I think we've all seen housing projects that stalled as a result of the Great Recession. Is there a situation where we could require a bond, 100% bond for the LMAD, or something that ensures that it gets done whether building is completed all the way through all three phases? And also to make sure that we have each prospective homeowner.
You have 30 seconds.
Each prospective homeowner is paying their due portion of that LMAD, and not just someone that's beginning in phase 3.
That's certainly something worth considering. Mitigating that risk in advance, whether it's a deposit from each of the units being built, or alternatively, perhaps it's just a bonding, cash bonding, if you will, of the entire improvements up front, so that we can be assured that if not built by the developer, we can finish those improvements. Also, perhaps even providing date certain, whether it's 120 days, whatever is an appropriate time frame. I think maybe even the combination of the two can mitigate the potential risk to ensure that the developer is going to follow through with the improvements, and if they don't, we will do it so that we're not creating a community blight in waiting until the next construction cycle.
And have we received any feedback from the community with regard to the applicant's request for modification?
I have not, but Scott's closer to the record on this community feedback regarding the developer request.
I believe there may be people here today that are supportive of delaying the LMAD that live in
Very
the community.
good. Thank you.
Now, was the bonding issue taken into consideration at the time?
It was not specific to the LMAD. What I can say, though, if the council was to modify that, then it could trigger that we'd have to bring this back to the Planning Commission. It could cause some delay. What I can say that there are bonds for the overall street improvements. We did verify right before this hearing that did include the landscaping. So essentially, we could hold LGI Homes bonds that were for the street improvements that also include the landscaping until such time as they're installed. So there is some leverage for the overall subdivision improvement agreement bonds that have been in place. But to do a specific bond, whether it's a cash or a line of credit, that may be something that legal counsel may need to weigh in on if that has to go back to Planning Commission.
But it would just be that one aspect, not the entire.
It would.
Not the entire request for the not all of the components of the modification, because those had already been discussed previously.
I do believe it's specific to that modification.
Yeah, it would probably be, it's not clear in the code, but that would be logical for it to just be the discussion of the minor or whatever the reduced scope modification. Scott, but you said there are bonds already in place that would cover the LMAD improvements?
Yes, as part of the entire subdivision agreement.
I have some questions.
The nature of, I'm sorry, go ahead.
Thank you very much. We've had in the past several areas in the cities that I can show anyone that's interested where the final cap on the street has not been put in, the landscaping has not been put in, the block walls have not been finished. because of financial circumstances unforeseen by anyone, including bankruptcy, individuals dying during the construction, selling off phase 2, 3, or 4. And we also found during that period of time where we had a recession that bonds weren't very good either because they didn't renew the bonds. The bonds were canceled. The city of Victorville would have spent an enormous amount of money suing the bond company and or the individuals that no longer existed. And we came up with a solution at that time to be able to cooperate and help the building industry put up a cash bond. Bonds cost a lot of money. At the end of the year or the 2 years when it expires, you put up more money and you've gained nothing but having a bond in place. On the other hand, we have a past policy where in order to ensure that the developer met their obligation, they put up a cash bond. City invested it, and they were the recipient with the exception of a minor administrative fee. The interest rate went back to them so that they weren't out an annual cost for the bonding. And if they failed to perform, the city had the right to take the money to make the completions that's required. I think there is a way to work with the property owner to ensure that we don't end up with phase 1 complete and somebody
you have 30 seconds.
Walking. Well, everybody else got 10 minutes. Why can't I have more time? So the individual walks away from that because of things beyond their control. It doesn't get done. It's not done throughout the whole city. We don't want that anymore. It affects the whole city. It affects the way the city looks. Therefore, it affects all the property owners and the taxpayers in the city. So what we need to do is to take the individual at his word, assume he's going to build the whole thing, put up the cash bond, ensure that it's there for the improvements, and let him be on his way. We're guaranteed the improvements, and the individual is guaranteed that they can build, and there's no money out because it's still their money. If they perform, they get it back. And not only that, they get the interest during the time they put the money up. I think it's a very simple solution.
I want to make a motion to extend the time for Mr. Cox to be able to finish his thought if that is needed.
Anyone else?
So for the PUD modified PUD-189, you have the questions in front of you, so I'm going to rattle them. What's the timeline of the other project from start? What's the timeline for the project from start to finish of the 110 homes, and where in that spectrum of time would the LMAD improvement come in? Second, what are the impacts and benefits to our residents if council were to consider the language to stay as is, and what are the impacts and benefits to changing the language as requested in the agenda item? 3, are there possibilities that modification of the language could cause the developer not to follow through with the LMAD? Of course, circumstances out of their control that could abandon the project if there were to be a recession, for example, as it did in 2008. 4, if LGI Homes has shown to stop a project for 30 years and presently will take up a redevelopment of the remaining 163 lots, what goes to say that the LMAD won't face the same consequences? If I can recall, that's what I read. 5th, I'm getting conflicting documentation messaging that says, will the LMAD be completed by the 11th C, so it's I think the C of O certificate of occupancy, or the 55th? Or the 55. So the mixed messages is it on the 11th or is on the 55th? You can see page 320. That language also says construction of the park space and amenities located on the lots. The so-and-so shall submit to the city for review and approve prior to the issuance of the 56 of the C of F. I'm just getting confused. 3 documents, 3 different information pieces. Where's resolution 1922? What's the language? And isn't the developer the applicant? Because it says the city of Victorville is. I'm getting confused. What fencing does a developer have in its property project currently? It's probably vinyl. And passage of the ordinance takes 30 days. Why can't we make it immediately if that's the case?
Madam Mayor and members of the council, we were fortunate to have received all of these particular questions earlier today, and actually we've already responded to each and every one of these questions, and I can certainly read all of the answers as I have them here in front of me. But maybe instead of repeating the questions, I can just speak as they're enumerated and provide you with the answers. So number one, the answer was approximately 19 lots in Phase 1, which comprises 55 total lots, are under construction, including one model home nearly complete. The developer, LGI Homes, is preparing to submit to construct an additional 18 lots in the coming weeks. The developer is likely to best answer the timeline questions. Number two, if the council were to uphold the Planning Commission's recommendation, it would slow down the developer's completion of approximately 19 units that are currently under construction until such a time as the landscaping is installed. The impact of changing the language to a later phase could be the landscaping improvements do not get installed because either the developer does not build out phases 2 and 3 or because of an economic downturn. Answer to number 3 is yes. Answer to number 4, that is presumable. Answer to number 5, if the council upholds the Planning Commission's recommendation, then the LMAD along Rancho Road must be constructed and completed before the approximate 25 units currently under construction. There is a second park space required in the community to be constructed by the 111th C of O, which is separate from the LMAD installation. Item number 6, the Planning Commission resolution starts on page 329 of the City Council agenda. Number 7, the answer is yes. Number 8, vinyl. The answer is vinyl. Number 9, no, because this is not an emergency ordinance and does not rise to that level. Number 10, this request could be considered a special accommodation or case by case. In addition, the PUD ordinance allows a developer to request unique standards apart from typical zoning district standards. Question 11. PUD language as considered by the Planning Commission accepts vinyl walls, and this language appears to be consistent with that sought by the association and the developer. Number 12, Victorville Municipal Code Section 16-3.16. Number 13, the answer is the phasing of improvements are applicable, and in this case, the PUD ordinance further memorializes the phasing of the improvements. And the last and final question is, or the answer is, this question requires clarification as page 327 appears to describe the site characteristics.
Thank you. Was her time up? Okay. Thank you. That's all that we had. I do have 2 cards, speaker cards. The first one is Bu Cooper, and the second one will be George Burney.
Good evening, Mayor Garcia, members of the council, staff. My name is Bo Cooper. I'm the entitlement manager with United Engineering Group and the representative for LGI Homes here tonight. If I could, I'd like to just go into a real brief history. I think it'll kind of lend some clarity and maybe answer a lot of the questions you might have. Cypress Point subdivision was originally approved and started in and around 2008. Pulte Homes was the original builder. They built out what you see there as today, and for obvious reasons, it has sat vacant. LGI Homes has purchased or is purchasing the remaining 163 lots that remain in the Cypress Point subdivisions. LGI Homes purchase agreement with these lots. It is a 3-phased purchase. So they are purchasing. They have purchased the first 55 lots. They purchased the second 55 lots. I believe they close on August 30th. And then the remaining 53 lots, I believe, would be then closed at the end of 2019. The existing subdivision, as it is, has existing homes that were all built out. The interior, rear, and side yards of those homes are vinyl fence. Since those homes were built, the city of Victorville has updated their municipal code, and vinyl fencing is no longer allowed. Therefore, since this project is a PUD and not just a straight zone subdivision, LGI Homes, along with the HOA for Cypress Point, neither of whom wanted to be building block walls that tied into existing vinyl fencing for fear that it would essentially divide the subdivision into a north and south neighborhood, and it wouldn't be a very contiguous neighborhood. That was the original cause for the proposed PUD modification. In working through that process with staff, there were other items that were to be memorialized as part of this PUD modification.
You have 30 seconds.
There is a second park. I'll try to get through it in that amount of time. There's a second park that we were going to memorialize the dedication and construction to, and timing with that. The 111th C of O that was tagged to that is due to the fact that, again, LGI is taking this down in 3 phases. They won't own that property until roughly the 111th C of O, so it would be impossible for them to construct it. The landscape along Rancho Road
Your time is up.
was then tied to that.
Madam Mayor, if you want, you could take a motion to allow more time since this is the applicant right now.
So
I
moved.
move you let the applicant have additional time to explain their case.
Wait, as point of order, Mrs. Jones, so moved. You corrected me on that a couple of weeks ago that you don't say that. I'm just surprised to have heard that. That's for the record. Thank you very much.
All right, just for purposes of clarification, I did what was procedurally correct. Our attorney made a recommendation, and I said so moved to be in perfect keeping with what he was stating. It's procedurally sound.
Second to my motion.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Please continue.
Okay, thank you. The landscaping along Rancho Road in the Almat area was tied to that 111th C of O as well. Once that was brought to Planning Commission, it was taken up that this landscaping along Rancho Road within this is the LMAD. The LMAD's already been formed. It's already existing. That landscaping should be completed sooner than the park for the PUD area. It was discussed and decided at Planning Commission that it should be done along with the model complex. The issue we're requesting, the revised language, is the project has already started. As you know, the model complex is nearly completed, and it was found that the landscape plans, the approved landscape plans for Rancho Road, needed to be updated. So they are not approved plans like the water and the sewer and the streets, like everything else with the project that's already approved plans and primarily already built. These landscape plans needed updating. LGI Homes is in the process of updating them. I believe the plans are done, and if not already submitted to staff for review, they will be very soon. So in order to avoid any delays in the project that has already been kicked off and started, is why we are requesting the revised language that would allow LGI to complete the updating of those landscaping plans without delaying the construction or the completion of the model complex. I believe the proposed language is that the landscaping along Rancho Road would be completed by the 55th C of O, which would be the last house in the first phase. That said, LGI Homes will be completing that landscaping as soon as it's available. I don't know how you put a timeline on ASAP in a public document, which is why we chose the 55th C of O, which basically guarantees it's completed by the end of the first phase. They obviously want it done as quickly as you all do, as it's going to help. Their model complex information center is right off of Rancho Road, so that is on the priority. So I think everyone wants the same thing. It's just we're trying to make sure that the timing of this is solidified without causing any further delays to the project. That answers some questions. I'm available to answer any others that you might have. No,
I have said my piece. I think that we want to quality construction. I think that I understand the hardship in doing it prior, but I also understand what we're faced with in having subdivisions throughout the whole city, that these landscape didn't get finished, the streets didn't get finished, and now the public is suffering. There's no bonds existing, and there's no cash bond to assure the payment of it. Probably are going to end up in litigation with several of the prior developers, or at least whoever ended up with the property. I think to avoid that, nothing wrong with putting up the cash and proceeding, and get to proceed. You don't get to hold up, and the public has the assurance that the improvements required by the Planning Commission will be constructed. Seems like a fairly simple solution.
Yeah, and like Mr. Webb said, I do believe, I don't know that for sure, but I do believe LGI has posted bonds for a lot of those remaining improvements.
That would be up to the attorney, but I don't trust the bond. Stuck with a lot of bonds.
Madam Mayor, I have questions of the applicant, if I may. Thank you. First of all, welcome, Mr. Cooper. I'm so glad that you're here. Are you in a position to speak for LGI on as to all of my questions?
I believe so.
Okay. All right. First of all, let me just say that Cypress Point community, it's a lovely community, that the residents there are actively engaged in making it a family-friendly environment to raise their children. I was out there a few months ago and was at a community event there, and was very blessed to see that strong sense of community that I would love to see duplicated across our entire city. Thrilled about the vinyl fencing. I think it's very important to make that community look like it's one planned community, and not not where there are portions of it that are an afterthought. That doesn't even look good in a home, much less a community. So are you requesting a delay to the end of the first phase? Is that your request?
The request is that the language would be written that the landscaping would need to be completed by the end of before the last home in phase one can be sold. It would be done.
And was that particular proposal discussed during the Planning Commission meeting? Do you know?
I don't know the exact. I'm not sure the exact language. If it was 111th at first.
Okay.
And it was end of the model complex. I'd have to.
Okay.
I'd have to check, to be honest.
Do you know why LGI went ahead and took the risk to begin construction at this point?
Well, to be honest, when they started construction, they thought the only risk was whether or not they'd have to build vinyl or fences or block walls.
And it was a big issue with the residents, I know.
So I don't believe this risk was calculated at the time.
Okay. And just for the benefit of everyone out there, is there a method in determining when it's the best time to begin construction so that you can then market your homes and sell them? Is there a plan usually for that?
Well, that's I work for the engineering company. That's
okay.
LGI Homes is the 10th largest home builder in the country. They have a whole team for, I'm assuming, for that kind of thing.
Just from your experience, would it be safe to say that if we were to put a monkey wrench in the works here, that it could really impact the sales of those prospective homes?
I can say on this subdivision, LGI's timeline on this subdivision, I can tell you is as aggressive as any I've seen in a while. Like they plan on, I think Mr. Webb already stated, or maybe it was Mr. Metzler. They've already pulled permits on not only the model, but the first 16 homes. I can tell you I'm in the process of finishing up the next 9. So they will be pulling permits on the next 9 homes, probably within the next 2 weeks. So that's 27 houses already. And I believe 18 is in the next phase. So they're moving forward. I don't think by saying the landscape has to be done by the 55th C of O, I honestly don't think that's pushing this out very far, to be honest.
And do you think that LGI would be amenable to putting up a 100% cash bond to mitigate the risk that Victorville may be feeling?
Yeah, I mean, if that's the end all be all, I'm sure they would, yes.
Okay. All right. That's all I have. Thank you so much. And
Well, I
again,
also
thank
have
you for being
questions
here.
for you. So, if I may, I don't know if anybody else wants to ask before I go. So, I've read the entire piece, and actually, the questions that were asked of council member are directed specifically in here with what the planning commission intended to do, what they did, and what the best possible outcome was to bring it out to the PUD. So I did grab that in here. But as I begin to reflect back on the planning commissioner's decision, the reporting, looking at the attachments, looking at the recommendations of the team, and then now hearing, which would be the third portion of it, the council, I'm hearing something very distinct, and I'm not sure if you've capsulated it. I want to know your understanding of what you see. You were here during the commissioners making their decision. I don't know if you read the reporting and the recommendations of our executive staff and administration, but I'm hearing something different from actual council, and that kind of it bothers me, because I think we're here to do the best, and it's been said by this council that we don't go against our commissioners. That's what I've heard, and that's what's been practiced up here. However, today there's a different inkling and a different gut feeling, and I don't know if you're feeling it or it's just me. And then, based on your opinion, I want to make other questions available.
Yeah, I don't think anybody. I mean, I think when the planning commission made the motion to do the landscaping of Rancho Road before the park, LGI is not against. LGI is not against doing the landscaping on Rancho Road. They just want to make sure that the language is in there so that the timing is right, and it doesn't hold up. It doesn't hold up, the model complex or any of the housing that they're doing. As this has progressed along, and I know there's a second reading of the PUD that's required as well, with the landscape plans having to be reprocessed through the city. I think that's the main delay, is getting those landscape plans reviewed and approved and ready to go so that the landscaping can be constructed without causing a delay, which has proved to be obviously longer than today, because the model complex is nearing completion, and we have landscape plans that need to be processed still. So I don't think that there's any intent to directly go against what the planning commission recommended. I just think it's an amendment to the language that allows the timing to work out so that nothing gets caused any further delay.
What I heard was, I don't trust your bonds. To me, that's a direct attack. And I've never heard that come from council members so direct. And so it kind of bothered me, and I took it personal, because I could have been up there and someone could have said the same thing.
Oh, well.
I could be wrong, but if we would look at the entire
Well, they're not
council
my
meeting.
bonds. I can't get a
Right.
bond.
But I've been here long enough. I think I have a gut feeling of what's taking place. And so looking, if I'm understanding now correctly, I know the commissioners said 5-0, yes. That's fine, go ahead. The PUD has language that you can alter based on Chapter 10 or the municipal code, but it now needs to come to the council seat. Administration also went ahead, in my understanding of, if I'm reading this correctly, and said, you know what, we're going to go ahead and take the recommendation. If we need to change the language, and let's go ahead and change that language. It says recommendation to conduct the public hearing, consider the applicant's request to modify the planning commission's recommendation, and the plan unit. So perhaps is just, I'm a little bit confused as to what I'm reading here. And maybe that's a question to staff and not to the actual applicant, because I'm getting different feels of what it is that staff is even recommending to modify, so to change. So does that mean that when the commissioner said yes, the administration says no, and now council seems to kind of veer towards, well, it's a lot of risks we're going to take, what's going on? Now I'm getting really confused as to the three different aspects.
Yeah.
Consider the applicant's request to modify. Usually, council looks at the recommendation, right? And says, you know what, we're going to go ahead and I motion as recommended by staff.
The staff recommendation is there was an action taken by the Planning Commission. After that action was taken, there was a request to the City Council to modify that Planning Commission action slightly. So when staff is writing up the recommendation, we're asking you, or just making sure you're aware and you consider the applicant's request. We're not recommending you approve the applicant's request. We're making you aware that it exists. It came into play after the Planning Commission action.
And so, because you've clarified some of that, the commissioner's reporting did state thereafter that none of the commissioners were aware of the timelines that were going to be pressured. And that gave me an impression that had the Planning Commission known of these small categorical instances, would have impacted perhaps a decision. I could be reading it wrong as well, but I know Scott Webb was there and he was directing, and then the vote came in. But that caveat was like, okay, well, but this was happening and the commissioners didn't know, which is the time constraints. So what can we say to that?
After reading the record, I'm not sure that the Planning Commission knew exactly the time schedule, and my understanding is that it moved very quickly, and once it was decided and the developer put into perspective the Planning Commission's direction and saw the timing, reviewed it alongside their time schedule with how fast the model was moving, they realized there's an issue with complying with the Planning Commission's direction and the schedule at which they were moving. So knowing that the City Council is the appealing body to the Planning Commission, they came and asked if that could be considered to this body.
Little bit more clear.
Well, my understanding is that this request is approved. Come to the council for the final approval. The applicant, in the meantime, is saying, "Oh, by the way, I'd like to make an amendment here," and that's the only thing that we're dealing with. Whether or not to allow that amendment, which wouldn't be an exact as the Planning Commission approved it.
That is correct, because the ordinance as drafted, the PUD as drafted, is considering only what the Planning Commission approved.
We're clear on that now. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. I do have one other card, George Burney.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. Good evening, councils. My name is George. I live in a community. You're right. It is a very active community, and it's a very lovely community. That's why I chose to live there, and that's why I chose to continue to live there. I encourage any one of you to take a drive on Rancho, to the end of Rancho, and see how many people have actually illegally dumped garbage and all kinds of stuff in there. That's one of the reasons why I really want to see this building, these homes move forward, and nothing hinders it, basically. I would love to, jobs, homes, everything to move forward. I personally have approached several dumpers, and I always approach them with the attitude that this is a community watch, and I have my cell phone on, and so many times I've called the sheriff department on that. Having these homes over there is going to eliminate this, and it's more revenue for the city. It's more jobs, like you said. So I would love to see the thing move forward and nothing to hinders it. I appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you. One more card, Michelle Medina.
Good evening, Council. As a homeowner, I also live in the same community. This is greatly needed. For a minor thing to stall something like this, to stall a community that hasn't been built since 2006, not 8. It's huge. It's huge. We really need that, like George mentioned, as far as the dumping, the illegal drug sales, things that go on in those empty lots. Just to have a home there, to protect it, to stop seeing that, to see the community progress and actually continue and finish versus having all these empty lots all over the place, just like majority of Victorville that has, half-finished communities. It would really be nice. Not to say anything negative or anything like that, I'm getting the impression that the city wants to stall builders from moving forward and actually making the city of Victorville a nice place versus what everybody knows and what you hear from people, Victimville and every other name. It'd be nice to actually have a completed community. And as far as Cypress Point goes, just as Deborah Jones mentioned, it's actually one of the nicest community in Victorville. I mean, there's community events, there's things there that happen that a lot of other communities don't have. A lot of that has to do with the HOA, but it would just be really nice to actually have it completed. And there's already plants going in along Rancho, and I know that you guys have this LMAD. You guys have another LMAD that you guys aren't even maintaining, but charging everyone taxes on, that the HOA actually pays for. We pay a landscaper to maintain. So when you guys are talking about this LMAD, well, that's another situation. But to begin with, just please, as a homeowner living there, who goes on walks, I've raised my children there, it'd be nice to have this completed and actually say, look, it's a completed community. We don't have, as you drive in, empty lots full of weeds, or I could show you a picture of a guy from another company urinating in broad daylight across the street from the park. If there was a home there, I seriously doubt that would happen. So that's just, I know my time's about up, but that's just my 2 cents. Thank you.
Thank you. That was the last card that I had. So at this time, I close the public hearing. Madam Clerk, would you read the title of ordinance number 2392?
An ordinance of the City Council of the City of Victorville granting a plan unit development modification to PUD 1-89 with an environmental exemption to allow for updating development standards, generally including fencing, recreational space, setbacks, and building height within the Cypress Point community on property located north of Desert Poppy Lane and south of Rancho Road.
Thank you. So at this time, we need a motion and a second, but I'm not quite clear as to if we are going to...
We'll have comments after.
Well, I would venture out to a motion to allow the LMAD to be done by the 55th C. Is that what you had requested, sir? 55th C of O, and continue the vinyl fencing for conformity as allowed by the PUD through modification of the language in the PUD. And I might need some legal help with that formation, but in layman's terms, I think I've made it at least suffice for you to know what I'm trying to say.
So I think what your motion would be to adopt ordinance 2392 with the modification requested by the developer that the LMAD be postponed until the completion of the 55th certificate of occupancy.
Sounds legit. Thank you.
I have a legal question. So if I'm the developer and I develop 54 and say I'm not going to build the 55th one, then I have no obligation whatsoever to do any of this.
The only thing recourse at that point would be, depending on what the bonds are, if the bonds cover it, then he may be required per the bond.
The motion wasn't to provide the bonds or to provide a cash.
But there is already, according to Mr. Webb, I believe there are already bonds that cover the construction of the landscaping improvements.
Right. If in fact there's going to be bonds or whatever is approved, whatever the securities are that's going to be approved, then that would be built in, that whether they built the 55th or not, when they get to that point, it's got to be completed.
My understanding is that They already do have bonds on file to cover the improvement of the landscaping. I haven't seen them myself, but Scott, I defer to you that they already have bonds that would cover the landscaping improvements.
Sorry, also does what?
Verify for the entire track that they do have bonding that includes not only the street improvements, but also the landscaping.
Is that cash bonds or
No, it's a traditional bond.
just bonds?
So that was a motion? Did you make? Stan, I'll second the motion.
Yeah, the motion was essentially, to reiterate, was to approve the ordinance with the only modification being that the LMAD timing be deferred until the certificate of completion of the 55th lot.
I have a motion by Councilmember Gomez and a second by Councilmember Cox. Any further comments?
Yes. Madam Mayor, may I? Thank you. So I just want to be clear, this is the motion would be dealing with the bonds that are already in place and not making a request of the developer to provide a 100% cash bond. Is that correct?
That is the motion currently that is Councilmember Gomez's motion, yes. There's no requirement for an immediate cash bond.
Is there any risk in accepting those kind of bonds versus a cash bond? Mr. Metzler.
There are. We've had issues in the past actually trying to act upon bonds and liquidate the bonds so that we can complete the improvement. Our city engineer is certainly more experienced in that matter than I, and probably can answer it better than I. But certainly we've had issues actually going after the bonding company to obtain the proceeds requisite to complete the improvements.
So here's my thinking. If we're going to look into making this kind of an accommodation for the builder or the developer, I'm certainly happy to do it. But I want to do also what I can do to mitigate any risk to the city. So I would be looking at, and since it sounds like the developer might be amenable to putting up a 100% cash bond, I would like to make a substitute motion to adopt Ordinance 2392 with the caveat that it well, I don't know. I'm trying to figure out how to do this. Should we make a date certain on something like this? Okay, so that being the case, then I make a substitute motion that we adopt Ordinance 2392 and the first reading of it by title only, with the caveat, with the understanding that we add to that a 100% cash bond by the developer with a date certain for installation, say 120 days from adoption.
Second.
I'm going to make a substitute motion to defer this to the next council meeting to be able to have preparation. I don't even know if the next council meeting would be enough to be able to bring if 100% cash bonds would be liable. And the reason I say that is because not every city-related business is 100% cash bonds, and I don't think as a council we have enough information to be able to detect that. I think that's using as a strategy to put away what is right here in the stall. So I think it would be best, again, if I do a substitute motion, to postpone the conversation. I don't know what the time limit would be, another week, 2 weeks, maybe do a special meeting to be able to give the applicant the opportunity and have these discussions, because right now we're just going at it, just winging it. That's what I see.
But the subject would then necessarily go back to the Planning Commission, because the subject of a cash bond wasn't discussed in the Planning Commission's last meeting. Am I correct?
That is correct. That would be a modification,
So it
not discussed.
automatically go. It would
So it would
automatically
automatically go back to the Planning Commission for a recommendation.
So then it's just a stall tactic. Sorry, guys.
That is patently false.
No, it's not. That's a strategy. Council, as council members, we do it all the time. You'll see it.
Please refrain from your
No,
criticism.
I can speak. You should refer yourself. Do recess if you want. You're good at your gavel. Snap it. There you go. Good in taking orders, woman.
Recess.
Good.
3-minute recess.
Is there a second on the substitute motion?
Recess.
So yeah, so maybe we should have, if there's a second on that before we go. so we know we come back clear. So
He already recessed. He has to come back to do that, and that would be fine.
Shut up.
You shut up.
Continue. Then again.
I believe the applicant would like to address the council again I know you have pending motions right now, but if it pleases the city council to allow him, it would take a motion to allow him to basically bend the rules a little bit and provide more information to the council if you so choose.
Very well.
So would somebody make that motion to allow him to speak?
So
again?
moved.
Motion by Councilmember Gomez, seconded by Councilmember Cox. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Go ahead.
Light white line.
Go.
Tap it and see if it's on.
Does it work now? There we go. All right. I was able to contact the representative from LGI who did inform me that as a corporate policy that they would not be able to do a cash bond for it. So I know that's the motion on the floor. So I don't know that that's going to be a viable option, unfortunately.
The last motion right now is to continue. I believe Councilmember Gomez's was to continue this to the next meeting to provide more information.
Because I wanted them to have the opportunity, and he has. So I'm going to drop my motion, my substitute motion, because he's already had that time. She has her question, and then we can move from there.
Okay, so then now the immediately pending question is my substitute motion, which I now withdraw in light of the information that we've just received from Mr. Cooper. And with that said, I will make another substitute motion that we adopt Ordinance 2392 with the understanding that I need to phrase this correctly. We don't want to have completion at the 55th unit, but the 25th unit.
The 25th unit still puts the community at risk in the sense that as currently being built, you have 19 lots, as I understand it, with one of the lots being the model. I think probably the most critical pressing issue for the builder at this point is getting a release for the model unit so that they can actually start the marketing sales side of the business. My suspicion about the remaining 18 lots, it could probably be at least another 2 months to complete those. And I could be wrong about that, but just given what I saw today, not being a construction person, it still looked like they had quite a ways to go. That being said, if we tied the requirement of the LMAD to be installed as a requirement prior to the finaling of those remaining 18 units, I think that protects our interest, and I think that protects the community's interest in the sense that there's pretty darn good certainty that the landscaping improvements will be installed.
Okay, very good. So then my substitute motion is to adopt Ordinance 2392 with the understanding that the LMAD installation is to be installed at the filing of the remaining 18 units.
Correct.
Okay. Yep.
Second.
I'm sorry, can you restate that? So effectively what we have confirmed is that there is street improvement bonds in place that does deal with the landscaping. The cash bond that we've talked about is not available from the developer, is what we understand. So the best security mechanism we can rely on is the withholding of the final on those homes that are actually being constructed. The framework of Councilwoman Jones's motion is to allow for the release of the model, allow for the finaling of the model, and not allowing for the finaling of the remaining 18 until it can be proven that that landscaping is installed.
So essentially, Jim, it's a modification of the Planning Commission's recommendation, which was to require the LMAD improvements to be done immediately, basically prior to certification of the model. And instead, the modification now is that it would be required, the LMAD would be required before completion of the 18th home, I believe it is?
Remaining 18.
Remaining 18 homes. So that would be a modification that would go back to the Planning Commission. The ordinance would be effective 30 days from today. If the Planning Commission takes no action, they have 40 days within which to basically take an action. Your action becomes final in 40 days.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Yes, I have
Aye.
a comment. So, what I'm understanding now is between the commissioner, the planning commissioning decision, which was the 111th that the actual developer wanted to do, went up and negotiated to the 55th. It came up here. It seemed like the 55th would be okay if we had a cash bond. It was verified that the cash bond would not be in place, so we took away that option and we revamped it again now to say, well, now we don't want the 55th, but now what we want is the 18th. I don't understand the rationale. If the bond was the issue, I would have expected this council to keep and say, you know what, if you're not going to give a cash bond, we're just not going to approve it. But it just, to me, seems two-faced and hypocritical to have gone for those 3 to 5, 10 minutes to go out there and negotiate when Mrs. Jones was trying to create the analysis of what her motion was, but then Mr. Metzler comes in and says, no, this is what we want. So I don't know if this was council members' decision or it was Keith Metzler's expertise playing in, and it's confusing what we're actually trying to do at the moment. And I think it does the same for our audience.
Again, no criticism.
I'm sorry, she's going to address this. So stop.
Madam Mayor, but
Stop. Let her speak.
I will allow her to speak.
Cállate.
Listen,
Cállate. Ella está hablando. Sé más respetuosa.
child, be quiet.
Respetuosa. Ya tienes 85
So,
años.
Madam Mayor, thank you very much for giving me the floor. So, contrary to council members' assertion, my motions are based on my own analysis of the situation, and there are times, certainly many times, when I rely on the expertise of staff, as I did in this case. So, because the cash bond is no longer available, and thank you to Mr. Cooper for getting in touch with LGI, then of course my next thought is, well, then now what do we do to mitigate the potential risk to the city? Because if the developer ends up not continuing with phase 2 and phase 3, we're on the hook with potentially an undeveloped area. And we've all seen that before, and I don't want that to happen in our city. So for me, this was a way to mitigate now not having the flexibility with a bond, with a cash bond. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Understood. Thank you.
And I do have other comments if I'm allowed, so now I will.
Yes, go ahead.
So, you know, I am very pro-business, and I'm very much in favor of building homes, and I will always lean into business when it's appropriate and reasonable and helpful to our community. And I certainly do respect our planning commission. As I said earlier, every commissioner I know gives his or her all, and I know that they lean on the expertise of our planning department, and they made a decision that perhaps I would have had made under different circumstances. But this is a situation where this community has been waiting a long time for the completion, the full development of their neighborhood. And if we can do this in a way that we're minimizing risk, I'm all for it, because you know what? It's growth for our community. It may well mean jobs. It means happy community members. And I'm all for it all day of the week, every day of the week. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
I'm going to take the opportunity to do my comments now since it wasn't asked. I know Ms. Jones went ahead and took the comment, and then I'm going to go ahead and take mine. The letter from LGI Homes is dated June 26, which is 20 days ago. Was there anything that the applicant should have said in the letter to staff or administration to get these letters in the hands of council much sooner, as in June 26, 2019? It pains me to think that the stakeholders, the visitors, and the community gets the same type of lack of respect not getting the letter when it's sent, but instead much, much later. So we're not kept in the loop. Mr. Webb, thank you so much for labeling each new piece of information that is relevant with the documents. It facilitated and eased my understanding of what you wanted the council to take out of the attachments provided. Mr. Metzler, a hard copy of the resolutions that are greatly appreciated in my inbox before the next council meeting. How would you be proceeding with this request, Mr. Metzler?
I will consider the request and respond appropriately.
Thank you. Again, the city clerk has item B5 and B6 to enter in today's general meeting records that have access to the public to all my questioning.
Any further comments? Motion by Councilmember Jones.
Would you please repeat the motion?
I believe the motion would be to adopt ordinance number
2392.
23, sorry, where's it? P6. Ordinance number 2392 with the only modification now being on section 7 of the section 15 of the conditions of approval, where it says all landscape maintenance assessment district improvements along Rancho Road will be completed prior to, this says issuance of the model home sales office. That will be changed to issuance of the 18th home's certificate of completion. And everything else will remain the same.
Is that possible for the developer to acquiesce to? Is that yes? Okay, then I don't have an issue with it.
Count the vote again.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Okay, now we move on to consent calendar. Consent calendar items C1 through C11 can be approved unless there is a motion. Unless there is a motion. Let me see.
Madam Mayor, if I might, we've got to stop.
But I did say the 18th unit after the.
Is that the intent?
Yes.
Because there was question about the model, releasing the model
Oh my God.
only and allowing for the filing.
I said the filing of the next 18 something.
So the confusion to staff is going to be when they come in to pull the final on the model, and the way you just framed the motion didn't seem, it was not consistent with that first attempt of the motion that you
Wait,
made.
Andre?
Is the model is separate from the 18?
Yes.
Okay. Then
There's
Correct.
technically 19.
I would assume then that we should ensure that then the modification be the 19th, and maybe take a quick vote on that. That's your
Okay.
intent.
All right.
So, Keith, is that correct? It'll be the
Good attempt to
certificate
frame
of
it.
completion on the 19th unit.
I would frame it in such a way that the model home will be permitted to be finalized, only the model home, and that the remaining 18 units not be finalized until such a time as the landscaping is installed.
I am not understanding what is happening, and we are not getting feedback from the applicant. So I don't know if we're jiving this, because I'm not just doing what council wants. I'm also considering the applicant. So I'm not in the head of Mr. Metzler, Mrs. Jones, or the city attorney. I received clarification, but now it's been murkied again.
Councilmember Jones, would you like to revise your
Yes,
motion?
I will. So, bringing this item back to the council, I move that we approve ordinance 2319 for adoption, with the understanding that the model home will be released for finalization, and the 18 units thereafter will not be finalized until the LMAD is installed.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Third time she leaves the
Motion carries
dais
with Councilmember
for
Gomez
the record.
absent.
third time.
Okay, so would you mind repeating, Mr. City Attorney, the motion? Because you guys are confusing me of everything that's happening here.
Madam Mayor,
I don't
point
know
of
what
order,
the
the council
statistic
is-
is, but I have the right
No more
to
repeating.
understand what's happening.
Well, you were
I'm doing
out
it for,
there.
well, yeah, because we're making decisions without considering what's happening out there.
Madam Mayor, point of order. May I state my point? The vote on this matter has been taken. I don't know whether
No, because I
Councilmember
already
Gomez
voted for
was-
it. As a council member, I voted for it, so I have the opportunity to bring it back. That's policy. Yes, it is.
No, we already.
I voted for it, and because I voted for it, I can bring it back.
Okay, you can make a motion.
No, I can bring it back and vote opposite.
No, you may
Can
not.
make a
I've done
motion-
that before.
You can make a motion for reconsideration.
Right.
No, I'm not going to make a motion for reconsideration. I'm not going to change my vote. I want to be able to vote. This woman has said I'm absent when I'm in here.
You were not behind the
I'm
dais.
getting clarification from the public.
Madam Mayor,
Okay?
may we move on?
So
Yes,
if I'd
we
like
will
to
move on.
reflect as a
Yeah,
point
and-
of order that I was here.
Okay,
Okay, I'm in
moving
this
on.
division.
I'm moving on.
And I also want to make it
This is-
clear
this
that
is
you
a
can
warning.
count my vote being in there. So when I see it reflected next time,
am
I'm also going to
continuing.
bring it forth.
I am
I'm
continuing.
not trying to scream at you. That's not my intent. I'm just
And-
clarifying, just
Andre?
looking at you because I know you repeat
Time for the
everything.
consent calendar, I believe.
Yes. Consent calendar. Items C1 through C11 may be approved with one motion unless a council member requests an item to be pulled for further discussion. Yes.
Has to be motion for reconsideration voted on by the whole council.
On the consent calendar.
The consent calendar. Typically, you allow, and the practice has been to allow for council members out of a courtesy to pull items for discussion.
So I'm going to be pulling for comment items C1, C2, C3, C7, 8, 10.
You're pulling C1, C3,
C1, C2,
or C2?
C3, C7, C8, and C10. For
So,
comment.
Madam Mayor, may I venture a motion on this then? Thank you very much, Madam Mayor. So I move that the council and the board of directors approve the consent calendar with the exception, approve actions in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the consent calendars for items C1 through C11 with the exceptions of 1, 2, 3, 7, and 8, which will be pulled for separate consideration.
And 10. And 10.
12 and 10.
So for item C1 is the payroll.
Did have a vote first on that?
You'd have a second.
Second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Are you asking to speak?
Yes. So C1 payroll warrant list. For May 18th through the 31st this year, the city's expenses dealing with payroll is approximately $1.2 million. The same for June 1 through 14th, which is another 1.2. The cost of operating the Green Tree Golf Course. For C2, would administration services explain further the IRS, the state taxes, and the deferred compensation figures? C3, the city bills amounted to approximately $6.6 million, the same amount of the majority of the council approved for maintenance and operations for the Victorville Golf Course a few months ago. C7, it's my understanding that the city has accepted payment from Mrs. Pinkston and that there's a credit amount of approximately $1,000. Is that correct? No? What is it then?
There was a credit that was received, and so her principal loan amount was reduced by that amount prior to the calculation of her payoff.
It's my understanding that Ms. Pinkston is accommodating to this, and she's no longer a part of it. She's okay with it.
She has paid off the city.
Okay.
Correct.
So that just the $1,000 is incorrect on my behalf, right? The credit amount?
Yes.
So C8, I appreciate the data, but there's no expert analysis or the conclusions. I would request that a narrative accompany the data rather than presume that the reader has the background that the expert and development department in the building division may have. There's only data, but there's no narrative to contextualize what this means. And finally, C10, which is the SEC case. According to the handbook policy, any council member that wants to bring an agenda item must have the support of the majority of the council. I stated before policy was placed that there ran a risk of having council members of the city who would have the acknowledgement to place items on the agenda to
You
do
have 30
so.
seconds.
Clearly, it was done so openly, which is not the policy access that is compliant to our policy currently. I find issues with these practices because they're perceived and deemed a waste of public resources, along with distortion of the normal practices to communicate to staff, colleagues, the audience, and the community at large. Such tactics are expensive when coming from legal counsel and intimidating because it forces the title of an authority to coerce power over the general public and the public commenters.
They have statements made that are absolutely, totally incorrect, and for some reason those individuals are intent on spreading misinformation about the city. This document's a good document. I hope it's posted in the front. I hope it's made available to the public. I hope the Daily Press will print it, because I and several other people are getting tired of individuals coming to this here and making statements that are just absolutely, totally untrue. We have an obligation to the public to tell the absolute truth. It's a great document. It should have been discussed as a council meeting, as a council agenda item, separate from consent. So thank you, Ms. Gomez, for having it brought separate so we could discuss it. That's all I have. Thank you.
Anyone else?
There's no more comments. I move approval of the remaining consent items.
Madam Mayor, there's 2 speaker cards.
What?
There's 2 speaker cards on C10.
First one is Maggie Martin.
Good evening, Your Honor, Council. First of all, Mr. Cox, let me thank you for having this, whether it be on the consent or discussion. I'm totally stand beside you and the other members of the council with this issue, because, you know. So, how much time do I have? 3 minutes? Okay. So today when I was, well, not today, yesterday, looking at the backup material on this item C10, I'm going to just make some brief comments. There's a letter here from Mr. Andre De Bornowski's office dated the 9th of July this year to the council and to Keith Messler, city manager. I'm just going to read a couple of, there's 13 bullet points, and I'm only going to make a couple. At the June 18th meeting, several statements were made during the public comment portion of the agenda regarding the lawsuit previously brought by the Securities Exchange Commission, SEC. Specifically, it was alleged that $28 million was spent on the lawsuit and that a settlement was entered into in order to avoid individuals going to jail. Yeah, I'm getting tired. That's a dead horse. And to have Ms. Gomez and more particularly Mr. Rodriguez continuously, without point really, continually bring that up is ridiculous. Dropping down, bullet point number 3. In February of 2013, staff from the SEC informed the city that it was recommending to the Securities Exchange Commission that it would bring a civil injunctive action and/or a cease and desist proceeding against the city. Dropping down, let me see. General fund cost of defending the lawsuit to date is approximately $5.7 million, and it goes on from there. I'm saying this for the benefit of the people that are viewing online. Without defending the litigation, the city and SCLAA could have been exposed to the levy of millions of dollars in unjustified fines based on unproven facts and assertions. No criminal charges were ever filed against the city, SCLAA, SCLAA, or Mr. Metzler. Last bullet point. The city decided that the settlement was in the best interest of the taxpayers. Hello? And we hear a lot of complaints from her about that. And the city to stop further legal expenses over which it had no control. Thank you.
Romero Rodriguez. And Mr. Rodriguez, you just made a gesture that was very inappropriate, and it's on video, so we will view that later.
Point of order, please remain from any debate between the audience and the speaker.
Very easy to change history, numbers. Somebody comes up here and makes up things, $28 million. I have here the lawsuit, sworn testimonies that the defendant, Keith Metzler, Director of Economic Development for the city and an agent for the authority, and 2 K&D investment bankers. So he was acting on behalf of the city, of the authority, and all the shenanigans, everything going on. So the city settled. We've been asking, what was the settlement? What agreement came through to drop all the charges? It happens all the time. That was the question. And it wasn't $5.7 million. It was $19.6 million that were spent. How was this money distributed? Who's the person that got most of that money? Why was it $19.6 million? We've been asking that question. But everybody just wants to wish it away. You know what? Stop beating a dead horse. It's in the past. If we don't remember the past, we're damned to repeat in the future. This is our money. We want to know where it went. It was settled. What was the settlement? The total agreement was he wasn't going to declare himself guilty or innocent. He wasn't exonerated. The city wasn't exonerated. It says right here that the city cost the investors millions of dollars. It says right here in the lawsuit, I have 6 of these different ones that are cities, and the next lawsuits are going real well because there's going to be a lot more litigation coming up. People on the bottom of this now are on the top suing the city. So this is just barely starting. Us, as a citizen, want to know, and we've been asking. And all we do is we get chastised for asking these questions. Why even get put up on the consent calendar? What, am I going to come here and talk? I'm asking these questions. That's all I'm doing. So for the rest of the people to wake up and ask them too. You don't run the city. We do. And when we ask, we expect answers, and we haven't been getting them. That person knew exactly that those hangars were undervalued by $20-some million. But they still wrote those contracts and followed through with that fraud. So if it was settled, okay, it was settled. But the fraud was committed in the beginning, to begin with. That's why the lawsuit was started. So if you settled, you can bring down a felony like Mr. Negretti brought down a felony to a misdemeanor. That can be settled. It doesn't change the fact that he beat somebody. It's simple.
That was the only card that I had, or the last card, rather.
Approval of the consent calendar.
Not going to vote for C10 to receive and file the memorandum for impropriety reasons and intimidation to the public. So that's the only one I'm voting no. All the rest, I would vote yes.
Your motion was to approve the consent.
It's approved the consent calendar. If there's no one second the motion.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yeah, I'm going to let the record reflect that for item C10,
It's already been noted. Yeah, we do the vote.
Yeah, I know, but I didn't state it clearly. It's presumed, but I'm being explicit. So I want it to be noted that for item C10, Councilmember Gomez refuses to receive and file the attached memorandum for impropriety reasons and intimidation to the public. All the other items I agree with, and you can count me in with the vote of the rest of the council.
Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
For just item 10, correct?
Yes.
Motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no on item C10.
I can move on to written communications now? Okay. Now we move on to written communications. I'm losing my voice here. Item D1, request to award a construction contract to SDC Engineering, Inc. for block wall repairs. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council award a construction contract to SDC Engineering Incorporated for block wall repairs in Drainage Facilities Assessment District, Landscape Maintenance Assessment District 1, LMAD 1, and Landscape Maintenance Assessment District 5, LMAD 5, in the not to exceed amount of $105,000, or I'm sorry, $105,629.61.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff by council members? At this time?
Yes. Was this entered into the CIP for part of the project? Because I see we're not going to spend any extra appropriations or monies. Is that the case? Part of the CIP?
Yeah. Excuse me. One of them is a rollover from last year's CIP, and the other two are due to traffic accidents, so they're just block wall repairs.
Thank you. No further questions.
Thank you. I think that's all we have. I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I need a motion and a second.
I move that we adopt the recommendation of staff.
Second.
Second.
Can I get a clarification on the second?
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D2, authorizing acceptance of beverage container recycling city county grant, the implementation of the grant, and the ratification of the associated expenditure plan. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council adopt Resolution Number 19-051 to authorize the acceptance of the Beverage Container Recycling City County Payment Program grant from CalRecycle and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for program administration and ratify the associated expenditure plan.
Thank you. Council members, are there any questions of staff?
Yes. So it's my understanding, I could be incorrect, you can let me know. I've talked to several consumers, and one of the issues was that they were listening that there's something at the state level that's allowing the cities to be able to do some kind of recycling by adding a third different color container. A lot of people didn't want that, and they thought that the city had the authority to say we're going to relinquish and not go forth with that. But I'm looking that this is also attaching to an actual grant. But you can further explain if it has to do with the first piece of information, or it's just the grant payment that we're going to be allotted to receive fees or whatever is going to subsidize the trash pickups for recycling.
Sure. So this grant is specific to our curbside recycling program, which is the blue container. I believe what you're referring to in terms of a third container would be in relation to an organics program. At this point, that is not part of the services offered to residents in Victorville.
Okay, thank you for the clarification. No further questions.
I do not have any speaker cards on this item. Therefore, I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I? So I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D3, conveyance of Lot B of track map number 16719. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council directs staff to proceed with the conveyance of Lot B of tract map number 16719 to the adjacent property owner Easterly at no cost.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff by council members?
Yes. Oh, sorry, go ahead.
What happened to Lot A? This is conveyance of Lot B. What happened to Lot A?
I honestly don't remember where Lot A is. Typically, Lot A, lettered lots like a Lot A are either a landscape maintenance area or a drainage basin, but I don't recall what Lot A is. Let me see if I can find it on the map.
I believe if the blow-up map that I saw showed A and B was a continuation of the same lot, except that there is a cul-de-sac. Alveda Street comes into, it's not a cul-de-sac, but a sharp turn that comes in and separates, so it'd be all one lot. So Lot B is going to be proposed to be vacated, but Lot A still shows.
I see on the map that Lot A is adjacent to Medina Street, and I'm not seeing on here what the description is, but it looks like it's a buffer adjacent to the street between the edge of the tract, and typically there's a block wall on the edge of the tract to separate it from other developments. So the distinction is we don't need, or nor does the city want Lot B, but Lot A was part of the original tract development.
I was just curious that if we didn't need Lot B, why didn't we include A also to be? Well, anyway, it would be very difficult to take Lot A and give it to anybody because you'd have to give it to the property owner to the west. And this is an individual property owner. I understand the request. I just think we need to address A though at some time, sometime in the future.
I believe Lot A is actually a buffer on the edge of the tract, but Lot B is not. It's not needed for that purpose.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Anyone else?
During closed session not too long ago, we had a discussion in terms of purchasing. There was a particular purchaser that was going to purchase a wall. That's the only recollection that I can have to why this is even on here. Is that pertinent to that matter, or is this something totally different?
This is different. It's not related to any closed session items that we've had.
Thank you. No further questions.
Need a motion and a second.
I move staff approval.
Second.
Motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. Any further comments?
You know, I just asked what the word conveyance meant, and although he contextualized it for me, Mr. Cox, which means giving away for free to someone else, and I verified with legal counsel, why would we give anything to anyone freely at no cost? That just rang gifting of public funds. I don't know.
Public
Maybe it's typical, but the word no cost rings a bell and a red flag. Can you explain that?
I asked that question, and I discussed it with the deputy city attorney, and she looked into the codes relating to this, and because this land was originally dedicated to the city at no cost from the property owner, and because we thought that we would have a maintenance liability in the future and no need for the property, we did not need to appraise the property and value it, and so it's completely acceptable to convey it back to the original property and without the city being compensated for that Lot B.
Could that have been given to another property owner, or is only to the same property owner?
It would create more problems and issues that you raised if we gave it to some third-party property owner. Here, it's an appropriate transfer back to the property owner that gave it to us at no cost.
It's appropriate. We're not violating any laws. It doesn't look suspicious. It's just we're giving it back. We don't want it.
No, it's consistent with all the state codes, what we're doing, without any compensation to the city.
Thank you.
Any further comments? Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Councilmember Jones. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D4, Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project, purchase and sale agreements for Pensco Trust Company and M. Kenneth Mudge. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve the purchase and sale agreement for a right-of-way acquisition for the Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project for Pensco Trucks Company and M. Kenneth Mudge, APN 3090-331-03 and 3090-331-04.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff by council members?
Recently, we had closed discussion on this particular item, not the Green Tree Extension Project, but this particular property and parcel, right?
That's correct, and this has previously been authorized to come before the council for final approval.
Okay, just making sure I'm understanding. Thank you.
Done? Okay. I do not have any speaker cards, so I need a motion and a second.
Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes, you verified the information was in closed session, which I can recall, although I've complained that I don't have enough information outside of closed session. This one is one that I can actually vote on for the Green Tree project.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Abstain.
Motion carries with Councilmember Cox abstaining.
Item D5, Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project, Amendment Number 5 to Project Funding Agreement for Construction with San Bernardino County Transportation Authority. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve Amendment Number 5 to the project funding agreement between the San Bernardino County Transportation Authority and the City to add funding for the construction phase of the Green Tree Boulevard Extension Project. Authorize the City Attorney to make non-substantive revisions to Amendment Number 5 and reconfirm the commitment to the term loan agreement with SBCTA.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? No? Okay, no questions. I do not have any speaker cards. Therefore, I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D6, agreement with Michael Baker International for the citywide environmental maintenance permits for how do you pronounce that? Ephemeral washes project. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council approve a consultant professional services provider agreement with Michael Baker International for citywide environmental maintenance permits for ephemeral washes project in the amount not to exceed $429,655.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
Yes.
Jim, go ahead.
So there was a veteran event here not too long ago, and I got a lot of the seniors coming to me asking me when the city would be addressing a wash, and there's a wash behind the Victor Villa Senior Department Complex right there with the mobile homes. Just because this has the word washes project, I wanted to see if this particular project was going to be encompassing that area right there, and if not, would it be addressed, and how did we get this on so that we can address this as a project? Is it a CIP project?
What was the location of the wash you're referring to?
The Victor Villa, the senior complex right by Southwest Gas Company. There's a wash back there that's very dirty. I haven't seen it, but a lot of the seniors have complained recently to me.
I'm trying to remember if there's a drainage easement at that location. There are portions of the Oregon Wash that have drainage easements and other portions that do not. I honestly can't remember what. We'd have to get back with you on that particular one.
But that's not pertaining to this item here.
Well, this pertains to many locations, drainage locations that may require some maintenance activity. Mr. Matthews and I have worked together on this item, and he could speak to the particulars of maintenance, but this involves quite a large number of potential maintenance locations in the city. Some of them are in washes.
So then, if I may re-ask the question, because it was said implicitly or inferred that this was not one of them, the one that's by Southwest Gas, and I'm going to ask again, potentially could that wash be one of them that's incorporated within the project without confirming for sure?
It could be, but I would have to get back with you on that answer. I don't know.
But I would appreciate it. I'd like to give a response to the seniors.
I have a couple of questions and comments. I'm assuming, based upon the use of this word, that it's short-term, short-lived. It's not a part of our major wash projects. It's not a part of the allocation of money that people pay every month on their garbage bill for the major washes, because those are not short-term and go away. So why are these here? Doesn't apply to any of the major washes in the city. If it does,
I think you're referring to the drainage utility fee that's on the utility bill, the monthly bill.
oh, I'm on the wrong item. D6.
Yes. So that is used for drainage. That revenue source is used for drainage maintenance.
Well, where's the money coming from that you expect to spend?
Okay, so if you look in the fund codes, $322,000 is coming out of that drainage utility fund.
But that's for major washes only. I thought. That's my understanding.
It was set up with...
Or Grady Wash, the very wash that Councilmember Gomez is asking about.
The district, that
the other washes that are non-major, they're ephemeral, they go away, they're short-term, they can be changed, would be here.
I think I see what you're saying. So the reference here to ephemeral washes is more of an environmental term from the permitting agencies, whereas the washes we're talking about are major washes. Right. These are more major facilities. But it's if you refer to the Lahontan water quality permit, they'll use that term ephemeral. But it just means that it doesn't have water in it usually. But these actually are major washes.
Madam Mayor. Thank you. I think that's all we have. I do not have any speaker cards. I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes. It's on the subject matter, not directly, but certainly indirectly, that several years ago the county of San Bernardino demanded that we give them fee title to the Oro Grande Wash because they have fees in the county for major wash areas that they were to expend funds on. Staff, are they spending funds on the Oro Grande Wash or any of the other major washes in the city?
So the major project they recently completed was the Amethyst Detention Basin, which was within the Oro Grande Wash. That was a major project. They don't have anything right now on their 10-year capital improvement plan for the Oro Grande Wash, but you might recall that we recently, you recently authorized a land exchange where we traded right away for the Amethyst Road, and we gave the flood control right away for future basin in the Oro Grande Wash north of Seneca Road. However, right now they don't have any funds programmed to improve that basin, but that is a future project.
But the exchange didn't involve any money. It was just...
It did not involve any money.
Right. Thank you.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
Item D7, 2016 Homeland Security Grant. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council adopt Resolution Number 19-058 to amend the budget approving additional appropriations and additional revenue for the 2016 HSGP and ratify the expenditure plan for the HSGP allocation for fiscal year 2018-2019 and authorize the city manager or his designee to process all documents required for the program administration.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
No, thank you, Madam Mayor.
So is this Homeland Security grant, when you talk about ratifying the expenditure plan, I'm presuming that it's no longer a grant, but there's something in the books that we don't have information. So I see this as maybe like a CAP. No, it's not a capital improvement. Yeah, it's like a 5-year, a 10-year plan. That's what I'm reading here, but I don't think that's the case. So what is it that's happening here with the Homeland Security grant? It's just monies, right? Why do we use the word ratification for expenditures? Do we have something that we're ratifying if we're receiving something, or we're receiving it as an inter loan?
Madam Mayor, City Council, in summary, this is a 2016 grant that was acquired and received by the County of San Bernardino on behalf of many agencies here in the county. Specifically County Fire. And they did an examination of the grant program and realized a few months ago that the city of Victorville was a party to that grant process and had not spent, while under their watch, a total of about $27,000 in the grant that was outstanding. And if we had not spent it by July 31st of this year, we were at risk of losing that funding. And so they put us on notification that we had free money to spend, and so there were some needs in the department regarding the purchase of radios. That purchase was made, and so now the action for the council before the council tonight is to authorize a budget resolution authorizing the purchase of those radios, as well as authorizing the receipt of that grant money to come from San Bernardino County.
So when you use the word ratify expenditures, is there a possibility that you could have used the 27 grand and then asked for a refund from the other sole sources or any other sources where you could have gotten the
So
the
what the use of the term ratify is that we had to actually spend that money prior to the end of the fiscal year. And so the department went ahead and added on to an existing contract that they had to purchase radios for the department. So they purchased the equivalent amount of radios needed to expend the full 27,000. And at this time, you're being asked to adjust the budget for that purchase, as well as for that expenditure, as well as adjust the revenue to receive the grant money, as the deadline is at the end of this month to actually accept, receive, and expend that money.
Right. So what budget are you ratifying, or I mean, are
You
you
are
modifying?
currently you're modifying the last year's fiscal budget because the purchase took place in May of 2019. So
is
it's
that the
last
general
fiscal year.
fund?
Yes. So the money was expended out of the general fund originally. We're going to actually transfer to the federal grants fund.
So served as a credit.
Yeah. So
Okay.
basically, it's free money. We have to spend it. We had to do it before July 31st. We've already spent it in anticipation of and knowing that we had that money available and coming from the county. And this is the council's ratification of that effort.
And the general fund is going to receive a credit for 27,000 because
That
of
is
that
correct.
free ride. All right, thank you.
I need a motion and a second.
So moved.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
D8, amendment to table of organization and salary schedule for fiscal year 2019-2020. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council review and approve Resolution Number 19-055, revising the table of organization and salary schedule, which includes the implementation of the 40-hour work week and clarifying the work schedules for positions included in the 2019-2020 budget.
Thank you. Are there any questions of staff?
Yes, I was informed that the scheduled work week started July 15th, but the resolution says July 13th. Which is it? Or you can explain, probably it's multifaceted.
So, Madam Mayor, City Council, the quick explanation for the difference is that the pay period begins on Saturday, which is the 13th, but our first day of operation under the new schedule would be the subsequent Monday, which is the 15th. And so the start of the new schedule for the public is Monday, the 15th, but that pay period, the effective date of when we actually do have employees working on Saturday and Sunday. And so it makes sense that the changes are effective the 13th, which is the start of the pay period, even though City Hall is not open until Monday. Hopefully that answers your question.
So I see you say that we have a couple of employees that start on a Saturday. What would another option would have been to have prorated, or is just
No,
standardized?
the clean action would be to make the change effective the start of the new pay period, which is the 13th, not the 15th.
All right, thank you. Oh, yes, I do have another one. I looked at that. You highlighted for us what the changes were. I was just wondering, with this standby pay, I thought it was like an on-call, but it says the employees standby will be paid at a rate of $300 per week plus the regular rate of pay for the hours actually worked.
That's
So
correct.
in my head, I'm presuming, okay, so I worked 1 week. I was there the full week for 40 hours, plus I get an additional, I'm going to call it bonus, $300 for that week. So standby pay means I'm just automatically every week getting $300 whether I work or don't work.
That's correct. So to best explain that, we have a variety, and it's not a whole lot of employees. It's very specific positions in certain departments where on-call services may be required off hours and after hours outside of their normal operating working hours. And so in a nutshell, those employees are required to be on call if needed to come in. There are certain restrictions that we have. They must not, leave the city. They must be able to respond in a reasonable hour. There are certain restrictions on them to, of course, they can't partake in any type of alcoholic drinking or alcohol consumption. so that they can be prepared and available to respond. And so it's been the city's policy. And just so you know, this addition to the resolution is not making this a new rule. This is an existing rule that was authorized by the city manager prior. We just realized it hadn't been in the annual benefits policy that's adopted by council at budget time. And so this is really just moving it from, ratifying it, moving it from a city manager directive to the actual resolution before the council. And so that's why it's before you tonight. But in essence, it equates to about $21 a day that person is on call, and they can be called in at any time, and they must be prepared to respond. And that's what they're being compensated for.
Okay, and then prior to looking at this, I remember that we had about 425 employees in Victorville, which I always rounded off and said we have about 430. Looking at this, it says we have 415, and I remember there were a couple of positions, I'm not going to say 5 or 10 were gone.
No, but specifically, there were 10 positions deleted at budget time, yes.
So then now it's back to 415 employees. Okay, thank you for that
full-time
clarification.
equivalents, yes.
All right, what did you say?
Full-time equivalents. So we do have additional part-time employees not included in that number.
Oh, okay.
But the 415 is relative to the full-time employees.
Excluding part-timers.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Other questions? And I do not have any speaker cards. I need a motion and a second.
So move.
Second.
I have a motion by Councilmember Cox, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion carries unanimously.
D9, Massridge Assistance Payment Number 6, Mall of Victor Valley Development Agreement. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council authorizes assistant payments as provided for in the development agreement with Macerich Victor Valley LLC in the amount of $310,556 for calendar year 2018.
Thank you. Any questions of staff? One?
Yes. So Masaryk Assistant Payment Number 6. This is for the Mall of Victor Valley, the development agreement in the amount of $310,556 for the calendar year 2018. So my questions are as follows. What number does the Mall of Victor Valley, before the development department of the City of Victorville, decided to negotiate that tax abatement with the organization? So I'm going to rephrase it. What was the figure amount that the city had figured that it would be giving? I'm assuming it's $18.89 million or 28 years. We've already done 6 of those years. That was my first question. The second is, what will the city's abatement be after the contract has ended? And what year is that? Perhaps I might know, but again, the contract, I'm presuming, is another 22 years, reading the information, and or $18.89 million. But I'm not sure, of course, is my interpretation on the numbers. And third question is, using the graph on page 738, if you would please respond to the following question. What were the actual taxes in 2006? What analysis has been done? Who was involved? What documents were used? Please supply such documents in hard copy format before the next council meeting, if this could happen, Mr. Mesler, for that time period. My next question is, what analysis has been done? I already said that one. The fifth question is,
you have 30 seconds.
Since 2012 to present, why wasn't a new diagram been displaying the gross sales of the mall? Why are we still looking for projections and not the actual? It makes good business sense and practice to analyze the diagrams and the charts of what is happening today. We are not today in a recession, so why are we still providing a tax abatement? Has the city done its own chart and made an analysis? And how many of the anchor stores, JCPenney, Sporting Goods, Dick's, and Macy's, are headquartered in California? None.
Madam Mayor and members of the council, just about everything that council member asked and spoke to is addressed very succinctly in the staff report, including the context for which those charts are included. I could have my staff review the audio of all of those questions to make sure There isn't anything missed, but everything that I heard, I think is fairly well described in the staff report.
Thank you. I do have some cards. First one is from Mira Rodriguez. That was the only card that I had on this item. I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendations set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments? All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
I'm going to provide my comment. The recession started December 2007 through June 2009 due to the $8 trillion housing bubble, which led to a loss of wealth and consumer spending, which was affected. Clearly, the United States was in a recession. The stock market crashed, house prices fell, etc. Looking at the Carousel Mall in San Bernardino, which is managed by Mazurek, is the city not doing further analysis rather than continuing the handout of taxpayer dollars? I have encountered many businesses in the mall who have complained about the current practices encountered by their practices. Businesses within the mall are multiplied to create competition when contracts and city ordinance state that such practices are not allowed, and a myriad of others. While we approve this maximum of $18.80 million, we are also sending a message that subsidizes the private mall owner is okay, and I disagree. We don't even spend $18 million to build homes for low income, let alone for the next generation of people. I certainly don't believe that the majority of taxpayers agree with the next 22 years or the next $18.89 million of their dollars being used to continue this subsidy.
Any further comments? Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
Motion carries with
Abstain.
motion carries with Councilmember Gomez voting no and Councilmember Cox abstaining.
Moving on to item D10. Presentation to award a 3-year professional services agreement to Procure America, Inc. for cost review services. Madam Clerk, read the recommendation.
That the City Council and Board of Directors award a 1-year professional services agreement with a 3-year option to Procure America Incorporated for cost review services.
Thank you. Any questions of staff?
So for the Procure America, Inc. for cost review services, the first question is, what's the purpose of this review cost service? Is this the first of its kind in the city? When was the last time the city hired consulting services for cost reviews? What does it mean that the contractor will receive 50% of the net savings realized? The next question is this an independent contractor? Where is their experience, resume, and other credibility or reference contacts? Why isn't the legal department, Dubernowski's office, and the general fund a negotiated part of the cost to reduce consulting fees? Was an item D11 added to the agenda, and shouldn't this have been an area of concern in order of putting RFPs out? Mrs. Jones, doesn't this concern you? And Mr. Cox, doesn't this also concern you? Why wasn't there an RFQ put for these types of services? And mind you, as I'm asking these questions, I'm also thinking what's going on, and then later on it hits home, and you'll see my responses here. Please explain in 1 to 2 paragraphs the need for this consultant and how the conversation of the airport affects the item. Explain why the paragraph here, which follows, says in some cases the PA staff may discover overbilling credits, rebates, or other sources of revenue. This income is to be considered expense reduction for the purposes of this agreement and will be accounted for in the same manner as the expense reduction savings on page 757. Later on, I realized is that the SEC case, we were asked to bring
You have
something
30
of
seconds.
this nature. So later on, my last 2 questions, I think of the SEC case. The first couple of questions, I'm just way off, not understanding why we need this consultant.
Yes.
Doesn't it concern you that we didn't put an RFQ? We usually do RFQs for everything, but I don't know if this was under 50 grand and it was authorized, but we have it here, so I don't know.
Madam Mayor, City Council, this is a consultant that solicits multiple agencies, and their primary service is to go into look at your utility services, namely your electric bill and your telephone bill, to make sure that we are being billed properly by those agencies. And as a result of being such a large entity with multiple meters for all those services, they come in and do an evaluation to determine and make sure that, one, we're not being levied any unnecessary charges that are due to us as a public agency for any of those locations, as well as making sure that any fixtures that we are being charged for, that we are appropriately being charged for. This consultant works on a contingent basis. If they do not find anything, they do not get paid anything. And so as we've been evaluating the use of this particular service over the years, or over the last year and a half or so, since we've been first approached by them, really just evaluating if is there any risk involved in actually securing this contract and having them do that work. They carry the risk if they go through the evaluation and don't find any savings, then quite frankly they do that at their risk, and there's no cost borne by the city to pay them anything. And so in an effort to make sure that we are most paying our bills effectively and being charged appropriately by those entities, we thought it would be a worthwhile venture to go ahead and let them demonstrate whether or not they could provide that service. So what before you tonight is a 1-year contract, so that they can actually prove themselves to us and see if they can find anything. If they do find something, then the city council can reevaluate an extension of that contract to continue having them monitor those bills for us on our behalf. But to answer the question, it was relatively unsolicited. They assume all of the risk, meaning that if they don't find anything, there is no obligation for us to pay them anything. And two, there is an evaluation period of the 1 year, so that if, once again, there's no need to continue a contract if they don't find any savings for us on those utilities.
Therefore, there was no way that they could give you a dollar figure as a proposal of
That's
anything.
exactly right.
Because if there's nothing, there's nothing.
That is correct. And then what I would venture to do if they do have findings, that I would return to council to authorize that particular payment after we've had a chance to evaluate the findings, be able to validate the savings, and negotiate as best we can to make sure that what we are being charged by the firm is appropriate based on the savings that they are yielding through their investigation.
Correct. Thank you. Any other questions?
Yes. I read this very carefully, trying to determine exactly what this consultant is going to do. And I realize that staff is saying that nothing ventured, nothing gained, that they have to earn it. But I don't think that that's what the contract says. I put myself in the position of a make-believe consultant and did a public survey, and the public wanted City Hall closed on Friday, and therefore that's a 10% savings of millions and millions, so give me 50% of my savings, and I'm suing you if you don't give it to me. I then read the contract to prove myself wrong and couldn't. We have a very bright staff. We have a public that tells us what we need to do. I have confidence in the staff that if there's savings to be had, they can do it. I'm also reading of things that are occurring all the time in regard to the reduction of electricity, the cost that's going to be involved in savings. I can't imagine. I wish I could be convinced. I'm not opposed saving. I'm for savings, but 50% of the savings, and it goes into the future. I guess I just need more information, because I just can't possibly think that that's a good deal. we have 5 members of the council. That's why we have them here.
Well, actually, Madam Mayor, may I? So just to piggyback a little bit on what Councilmember Cox said, is it 50% in perpetuity or 50%? So to state that again, is the proposal that Procure America would receive 50% in perpetuity of any net savings realized, or is it date specific?
No, it's going to be negotiated. So once they identify particular savings, we would sit down and negotiate with them. Of course, they're going to project those savings out to a particular amount of years, and we would negotiate back and say,
right. So just
we
because
have an
they
opportunity.
find something
Right.
that could yield savings doesn't mean that we go forward with it.
That's exactly
and
right.
So if we don't go forward with it, it's still zilch.
That's exactly right.
We don't like the terms, we just don't go forward. Okay.
If no other questions, I do have one card. Ramiro Rodriguez. And may I say, Mr. Attorney, Andre,
Hi.
it's getting to be 10 o'clock, so I don't think we're going to be able to finish our agenda. You'll have public comment and
Well, the written communication items has the 10 o'clock limit on it. We can still get to public comment and all of those things beyond 10 o'clock if you so desire. It's the 10 o'clock limitation is not to consider new business, any business items, which would be the D items.
so
We should continue right now in the hopes that we can get wrapped up pretty quickly, but we're still appropriate to continue with the D items at this point.
This is one of the very few times that I agreed with Councilmember Cox about this program. I researched this organization. They did some pretty good work in Santa Ana, but it doesn't say if they charged the Santa Ana or they did it pro bono just to get publicity. My personal opinion, we have 3 people that's sitting up there, the managers that make $50,000 a month, 3 of them combined. I think we don't need to outsource our services here. They have their MBAs. They know what the city needs. I think it's just general knowledge that they can do a better job than outsourcing this company. I read it 3-4 times. There's no money. They don't say what they're going to charge and how much they're going to charge once the contract goes up. But we're spending $50,000 on 3 people, very bright people that run the city. I don't think we need to outsource simple tasks such as lowering your phone or your electricity. It seems it's just like some kind of person that does the same thing on the internet and just lowers the prices. They have that on Wiki Ideas or whatever. But like I said, it's kind of an embarrassment for the city to outsource something as simple as this, having 3 people with their MBAs sitting there working for the city month to month. So on my part, I think this is just not sound. The company, like I said, did some work in Santa Ana, but it doesn't say whether they charged Santa Ana. They did it just as publicity. Thank you.
that was the only card that I had on this item. I need a motion and a second.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I move that the council take action in accordance with the recommendation set out on the agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes, Madam Mayor, may I? So, just for further clarification, on page 757, paragraph 3 under revenue share, and I quote, "If client elects to proceed with any or all of the recommendations as set forth in Procure America's report, client agrees to compensate PA for the savings associated with the proposal." So this simply reiterates our understanding that it's up to us to proceed with any or all of the recommendations. So nothing would happen if we don't proceed with a recommendation, any recommendation.
A question. Why is it that they do not charge and yet they take 50% of the net? To me, that is a questionable situation for a budget. There is no savings if they're taking 50%. So is this a common occurrence among some companies, or is this just them?
Madam Mayor, City Council, I would imagine that this is a firm that has some history going into agencies and knowing where some savings will be derived. And so they'll come in, take a look at our bills. It's probably the same findings that they have with many cities in our situation. And they're going to produce a report that we could choose to implement or not. And the agreement is if we choose to implement their savings or their recommendations, then there's an agreement to compensation at that point. At this point, we're not sure what they will find. We did the research that similar to that the speaker discussed with the city of Santa Ana, and city of Santa Ana being a much larger city than us with much more fixtures and much larger bills, and that result ended in a $2 million of savings. Was that $2 million future into over 10 years? It wasn't real clear what they found. So. This is an effort for us to give them a chance to show us that they could save us money by doing this evaluation. If they cannot, then there's no obligation to them, and it's a contingent agreement. If they can, and we choose to implement their findings, then yeah, there's an obligation. That's how they get paid. So they take the risk of putting forth some level of effort in producing this report, and that we may not accept. And so at this point, let's give them an opportunity to show us that they could yield savings that we may not have found on our own. And if it's fair, then we can move forward with them, and we would come back to council with an authorization to move forward with the agreement or with the report. If not, then the relationship is terminated at that time.
Do you know what exactly they did for the city of Santa Ana?
I do not. And so their findings were that they saved $2 million based on, from what I do understand, it was related to their utility bills, their power bill, and their telecommunications bill, which would include their data plan, their network data, and so forth. I can request a copy of that if you'd like to table this item until I can get more information on what they were able to do for Santa Ana. I can bring that back, or another option would be to move forward with it and let's see what they produce in that first report, which will give you another opportunity to decide if you want to continue the relationship.
I have a motion by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia. Any further comments?
Yes. So sounds to me that we're giving the treasurer's job and the financial department job duties to a contractor. Would that be the case? That's what I hear. What good is it to save money in the general fund, for example, when we're expending $19.6 million in the legal fund and asking for interloans transfers because the airport can't sustain itself with the current revenues? I don't appreciate the fact that data is rarely provided, if ever produced, to a city council. Instead, city council receives recommendations that the city council can't seem to rationally vote on independently. For staff, this is not about the departments or the divisions, but I'm talking to more the leaders of the executive team, so please don't take my harsh words for the employees. This is more directed to the executive team that manage in a manner where they act as the elected officials and the city councils to at least provide some solid data which infers some kind of facts that are weighed skewed. Those are borderline methods used, in my opinion, for dictators and for people who are self-interested in a government that tends to ignore the democracy and the privilege of a community to be actively involved. As a matter of fact, the city was forced to hire a consultant because its executive team, and again, I'm thinking about the SEC case, was not able to manage the skill set of a leadership to the airport hangars, which were assessed over $19 million, in which legal defense fees were over $8 million to defend your highest paid employee in the city. Personally, I'm requesting an email and a hard copy to all communications that are related to the city spending patterns, and that this consulting fee periodically to include dates, times, and meetings, discussions for the purpose of being informed. Please include the initial review documents, established rates.
Ms. Gomez, you're out of order.
No, I'm not. This is my time.
There's a point of
It's
order.
my time.
It's trumped by a point
Unless
of order.
is she cold or she want the AC?
She's called a point of order.
But
That
she's going
takes-
to try to tell me that I am not in my right of speaking, and she has no
Correct.
right to do that.
I do.
No, well, you don't.
I
Just
have
like
a-
Mr. Cox
You
said.
have
of
agreed
order.
to the policy manual. That's in the policy,
I'm
Ms.
not
Gomez.
I've-
You are out of
no,
order.
Look, I've not agreed, ever.
If you
Okay?
don't,
It has been
I didn't-
adopted. It has
they
been adopted by a
adopted-
majority.
I will have you.
I have 3 minutes,
I will
and you
have
cannot interrupt my 3 minutes.
Madam Mayor, I call
have
the
3 minutes,
question.
and you're not allowed to interrupt my 3 minutes. Afterwards,
Please
you can go
remove
ahead
Ms.
and-
Gomez, you are wrong. She is allowed to interrupt your 3 minutes for a point of order.
Andre, she's not.
Ms. Gomez, you are wrong. She is allowed to interrupt
Make a
for a
legal
point.
opinion.
You will get one.
Legal opinion.
I'm giving you a legal opinion.
Make
It's a
a
point.
formally written legal opinion.
I will give you
have
that to
3
follow up.
minutes.
No, a
I'm
point of
Andre.
order
I'm
trumps
not
it.
allowed to
She's
be
brought up a point of
interrupted.
order. The mayor should decide on the point of order.
Can I have her removed?
Is my point well taken, Madam Mayor?
You can remove yourself.
Andre?
At this point, you are starting to
No.
disrupt the meeting, Ms.
No,
Gomez.
I'm in
This-
my 3-minute limit.
No.
You're going to cut me
Read-
off,
read-
and you've already taken it.
If you would
You
read the
read it.
policy manual, I just
You
pointed
read
out
it
to you.
and quoted it. What section? What item? What?
It is
I'm
both
waiting.
Rosenberg's rules, it is Rogers' rules of order.
What section? What
Point
time?
of order.
What-
I
what
will
is it?
show it
What
to you.
section?
I
Madam
will show it to
Mayor,
you.
Madam Mayor, I stated my point of order. I called the question. Councilmember Gomez is refusing to yield herself to our policies. She is, in fact, being disruptive at this point. We're not able to proceed with business. I ask that she be removed in accordance with Government Code 36836.
And what? What was it? What? I'm sorry, I didn't hear. What was it?
Have her removed.
What? What did I do? What did what law did I violate?
That's a motion that she be removed
What
if we want
law
it formally.
did I violate?
Government Code 36836.
What law- so
Councilmember
what does
Gomez
that
is
mean?
There's a
being
motion on the
disruptive.
floor.
No,
Be
you were
appropriate
being
this time to
disruptive
entertain a
yourself.
second on
Nobody
the
removed
motion.
You.
Is there a second?
Second.
Nobody removed you.
Motion made by Councilmember Jones, seconded by Mayor Garcia.
Have her removed.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
It's already 10 o'clock.
Motion carries with
Recite the point, dear.
That's what you've always
Councilmember
wanted
Ramirez
to do.
voting no.
Have her
Motion
removed for
carries.
the record.
For heaven's sakes, aren't we proud?
That's how we have to end our meeting. Have her
No,
removed.
that's not how you have to remove me. I have 3 minutes to speak.
A point of order has been raised. That is an appropriate interruption for somebody's
She
discussion.
made a motion. She is out of order herself. She can't make a motion with a point of order. Read it to me right here, right now.
I
where she can
I
make
have
a
shown
motion.
you the provisions.
Read it. Where can you make a point of order and make a motion? You are out of order. You forgot that I'm intellectual enough to say you cannot do
Ms.
a point
Gomez,
of order
a,
and do a motion.
a council member once recognized shall not be interrupted when speaking unless called to order by the presiding officer, unless a point of order or a point of privilege is raised by another council member.
Where does it
It's
say you can do a
black
motion?
and
Where
white.
does it say you can do a motion?
That's the issue.
Where does it say you can do a
It's got
motion?
nothing to do with a motion.
Yes, it
Miss-
does.
Miss-
You
Mr.
can't do a
Attorney,
motion.
Mr. City Attorney, the
point
motion,
of
there's been
order.
a vote. There's been a motion
Of
to remove.
order.
Can we
The
just have her
meeting
removed?
is continuing to be disrupted. I would like
It
the
is-
sheriff to act upon the vote of the council.
A point of order means the following. You state what you want and put it on the record. It doesn't mean you do a motion to remove anybody, because there is no violation.
Have her removed.
Okay? The meeting
Why
is
don't we
already
take a
over.
recess right now?
No, it's not.
Yes, it is. It's 10 o'clock. There's policy.
Take a recess.
Have her
Gloria,
removed.
do you want to recess?
Gloria, I would suggest a recess at this point.
Recess? All right.
A recess to allow the deputies to do what they need to do.
Okay.
So you're suggesting the
Where were we?
We haven't reconvened.
Madam Clerk, where did we leave out?
It's now past 10 o'clock. Per your rules, you don't take new business after 10 o'clock, so I would go directly to public comment at this time.
Okay. At this time, we will continue. Don't interrupt, please. At this time, we will continue with public comments. Not coming back up here. Okay.
I'm not getting near you.
You are now disrupting the meeting.
She's disrupting the meeting again. Please,
Don't take the motions down. So-
please.
Oh, would you please?
Let's have it removed.
As you need to leave now, you're disrupting this meeting.
I'm asking for the motion.
Send it to you.
Okay, you're gonna send it to me.
I need to continue the meeting, please. Can I have her removed? She's disrupting.
We need to continue. No, we need to continue the meeting
Please
right now.
have her removed. I need to continue.
For public comment.
Public comments? Yes, I do. Let's see, I do have some cards. Daryl Freeland, and after Daryl will be Dorothy Miller.
I doubt if anybody's going to remember this, but Madam Mayor, council members, I've lived up here in Victorville since 1992. I've worked up here since 1971, off and on. I used to work for Xerox Service. Anyway, it seems that every year illegal fireworks are getting worse and worse. I mean, I don't think anybody in this room that has hearing can deny that. I'm not talking about a few firecrackers or the safe and sane nonsense they sell in Atlanta. I'm talking about aerial bombs, starburst. I mean, stuff that would put the fairgrounds fireworks to shame. And they don't just shoot them off like now and then to avoid detection. Starting at dusk, they shoot them off all the time. I mean, a nonstop array of. I sit out in front of my driveway. I can see the fairgrounds about 3 miles away and watch the fireworks. I have to sit out there now because everything's going on all over the place. I mean, one house burned down somewhere in Southern California. I can't remember where it was, but I mean, you know, it's dangerous. I mean, the fire chief can tell you, we're literally playing with fire. I mean, it doesn't take a psychic to find out that someday what happened to Hesperia in 1979 is going to happen to Victorville. And when it starts and it really gets going, there's nobody going to stop it. As the people in Oakland. Anyway, I did a little research. In 2016, 11,000 firework-related injuries were reported with 4 deaths. 2017, 12,900 firework injuries with 8 deaths. So just using that logic, I mean, it's just going to get worse and worse and worse. I don't see anybody enforcing it. I sit out there till 11 o'clock at night on July 4th. I don't see one sheriff vehicle anywhere. I mean, this is unacceptable. I mean, I'm a Vietnam vet, okay, so it's been a long time since I've been under fire. Still gives me goosebumps. I feel sorry for the vets now that have rotated 2 or 3, 4 or 5 times and have to sit in their living room and listen to this nonsense. And they don't stop at 10 o'clock. I mean, I heard them going off at 4 o'clock in the morning. I mean, something's got to be done. I mean, this is just ridiculous. So I just wanted to bring your attention. Everybody in my neighborhood is fed up, so thank you for your attention.
I understand. Thank you. Dorothy Miller?
My name's Dorothy Miller, and I'm back to see the council for a little bit here. I've been here for 20 years. We've been coming to council members, and we finally got fed up with some of the stuff that was going on. And now tonight, I'm done. I mean, it's absolutely ridiculous. This is not a place. Anyway, my problem is we have a couple houses that's been boarded up. The police has been out there, I can't tell you how many times, and they can check their records. And then another thing we have going on, we have that. Then we got a dam put in, which is going to be filled with water, and we got the homeless down there already. I mean, it's getting completely out of control. Now, they've stole the chain link fences out of this boarded up property. Both places, they have two houses there. Both of them, the fence has been torn down. One of them has a well on it, which really kind of bothers me. We're about 600 feet away from the school, and there's a well there, and the fence is gone, and it's just, this thing has just gotten completely out of control. Somebody got to step up to the plate. Now, I'll have to get a hold of the city, Mr. Lovingood, with the problem with the wash and the dam, and then I have to take care of the city with the property that is not being taken care of. I've gotten in touch with code enforcement. They're not doing anything. I've talked now to the mayor. Now I'm here to talk to all of you and see what we're going to do, because something's got to be done. And those roads out there, you can't use them. They're washed out. There's ditches this high, and it's just out of control. There's nothing getting done out there at all for us, and it's very disturbing to me. After all these years we've been here, to go through what we're going through, and it's going to get a lot worse when that water gets in that dam. And that's why I want to talk to Mr. Lovingood and see what he's got to say about it, and get with the police department on the boarded up houses that needs to be torn down and taken out of there. And thank you for your time. I hate to come in here and do that, and I hate to see what's happening here. At least Hesperia takes them out and they write it up, and it's just not the way to do business. Thank you.
Dorothy, thank you. And I assume somebody will be speaking with her. I don't know. She needs assistance. Yeah. Dorothy, someone will contact you. Someone will be contacting you, hon. Okay? Deanne Hudgens.
Good evening, Mayor, Council. My comments actually are in response to Ms. Gomez's, Council Gomez's comments to me at the last board meeting. I'm sorry, at the last council meeting. So I guess my comments will now just be a part of the public record. I wanted to introduce myself. My name is Deanne Hudgens, and I've lived in Victor Valley since 1955, so I've been here a while. And my reason for speaking at council meetings is because I care about Victorville. And sitting idly by serves no purpose. Do I have difference of opinions or disagreements on decisions? Of course I do. If I do, I contact someone, I email somebody, I get a reply, and one way or the other, we get it settled. Merely demeaning, degrading, or discrediting serves no purpose. My rationale, Council Member Gomez, for citing the division of responsibilities in the context of democratic debate, civility is how people treat each other. Referring to each other by title and last name, for example, supervisor, council member, board member, can serve as a way of showing respect that is the individual is elected and participating in the conversation, and that is in participating in the conversation in that capacity. Using similar forms of respect from members of the audience or of the public, Mr., Ms., Sir, Madam, that also can reinforce the notion that everyone can be engaged. I'm going to reference materials that I'm assuming Ms. Gomez or Councilmember Gomez got at the League of Cities conference she would have attended, and everyone has a responsibility and a job to do. They're divided, and the governance process is mission, policy, administration, and management, and everybody participates in that to differing degrees. And that's where there needs to be a difference between the people who are hired to do the job and the people who are elected to tell them what to do and how to do it. And in reference to your comment that you were directed at me at the last meeting, you are mistaken. I do not want you or anyone who has been elected to align your ideologies with mine. Ideologies have nothing to do with comments I make. My reference is to appropriate deportment, respecting each other's role and responsibility. I do not hide behind this podium. That was what she indicated that I did. I avail myself of the privilege afforded me as a community member to express my thoughts at a meeting of a governmental body that is held in public. Although she and I seem to have a differing opinion, and because we are of different generations and cultures, that we are different.
Your time is up.
Difference in generations and cultures have no consequence. Generation and culture are irrelevant. Respect is essential. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Paul Ornelas.
Good evening, City Council and all in attendance tonight. My name is Paul Ornelas, and I am here in favor of the developing skate park to be built at Doris Davies Park. I recently moved here to Victorville, and through contacting City Hall and the Hook Community Center, have realized that the city is currently in the process of putting in bids to contractors and planning the irrigation for a new skate park. Now, I am a skateboarder, so this project is very exciting to me, and it is my pleasure to be here to speak about the development opportunity for this community. I started my own security-infused skate company 3 years ago and have found the skate park advocacy aspect to be an important part of a growing industry. I would like to personally thank the council and all those involved in the project, as I aspire to be a helpful partner in any areas that input or assistance may be needed concerning the skate park. Okay. I would also like to coordinate with city government, law enforcement, business owners, and local news groups and outlets to help create and organize fundraising opportunities to help reach the goal of ensuring that the city of Victorville gets a modern, up-to-date, and state-of-the-art skate park for its residents. The best way to do this would be by networking and providing information to people who otherwise might not have been aware of the development, which would enable us to get more community interaction and input. As I am new to the project, I am looking to gain support from not only City Hall and City Council, but also the community of Victorville to assist everyone in creating a skate park that we could all be proud of. I understand that a lot of time, energy, and dedication go into the materialization of the skate park, and I am 100% here for you guys, as a community. I have also compiled a list of over 10 skate park construction companies that have created several skate parks throughout the country, and through my own research have discovered that a donation of materials may be acquired, which would affect the total overall cost of the proposed project. Knowing this, I would like to reach out to these companies on behalf of the city of Victorville, not only as an advocate, but as a skater myself, to help ensure the best possible outcome for the skateboarders who will visit and enjoy the Victorville skate park for decades. So again, my name is Paul Ornelas. I am the creator of Security Skates Media Productions, a social enterprise and skate parks advocate. You can check me out on Instagram, Twitter, or Facebook at Security Skates. And in closing, I would like to request that the City Council return the skate park to the meeting agendas in order to familiarize the general public with what stage of development the city is at. I thank you all for your time and your dedication to the city of Victorville. Thank you.
Thank you. Joe Forgetti.
Good evening. So it's a sore subject, Gloria, and a phony ticket that you lied about, okay? Internal Affairs conducted an investigation with Officer Monwire, I pronounce it, okay? Okay, and extensive research, they found her innocent. But I talked to the Internal Affairs investigator, and he disclosed a lot of your information. When your witnesses came, you didn't include them all. You missed about 6 of them. You lied to a police officer. That's a felony. You tried to have me arrested on mere lies. It didn't happen, okay? Nobody pointed fingers in your face. So you wrote a private party arrest citation, and I could do the same for you, your son, and his wife, lying and making up stuff. There are many other people who saw and were there, and I'm sure you're not going to like what they have to say. Okay? When we went to court, if I lost, I was to pay $1,533. But you charge this Victorville City $18,000, like $400, somewhere around there, for the attorney's time. I don't know what happened there, but if I lost, it was $1,500 for the entire thing. But I didn't lose, so I didn't have to pay that. But you charge the citizens $18,000 and some dollars. Another lie? This is abuse of power. Just because you didn't like what I was bringing up about the safety of Victorville, okay, you don't want to hear it. So this is what you manufactured to get rid of me. So I would like a public apology and a written apology. I want you to step down, okay? And you could pay a nice settlement of $6.6 million, like for the golf course, to me. Okay? If you don't step down, I will proceed with the private party arrest. Okay? That's the end of your political career. So I'm offering you an olive branch that somebody in this room, okay, suggested to me from the beginning of this. So if I were you, I just step down, walk away, or I will do what I say. And you know I will.
Your time is up.
Okay, next, Ramiro Rodriguez.
This has been very, very educational, interesting, and nostalgic for me. Being born and raised and educated in this country, we exercise all that we're taught. This country, democracy, doesn't come easy. It hurts, it comes hard, it's difficult, it's hard work. Just imagine Mr. Dawes, Samuel Adams, Hancock, and Revere back in the 1700s when they're getting together to challenge England. Or Rosa Parks, it was law. She stood her ground. Or Martin Luther, or Cesar Chavez, or Reyes Tijerina. All these people have challenged the system. Even right now, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, they're challenging the system. We're experiencing future shock here in the high desert. Some people, I heard that, we have a very diverse council. Diversity. We might have the illusion of diversity, but right now, change is here. And there's certain groups that don't want to admit that. So when somebody stands up against it, we see what happens. We have a 55% population of one group of people, so 17% of the other people. But what do? They make all the Mexicans white. They make us all Caucasians. So now it's 81%, and we disappear. But what I'm saying is, we're educated here. We're following your own rules. We're doing your own tactics. This, to me, she's a hero, what she's doing. She's over there yelling and screaming, yeah, look at me or look over there. They don't take her out, like I said last time. Did they remove her? No. Hear that? Beautiful words. But you know what? We're getting together. You only make this more fire for us, for the people, for democracy, for the rights of the people. Everything, there's so much money out there. You guys are spending it on the golf courses, on lawyers. And people are asking for money for their houses, for the veterans, for the homeless. And where's the money of that? We're spending $50,000 a month on a group of people for what? And yeah, everybody goes out there, thank you for your service, thank you for your service. But when you see them on the street in the corner, you don't even have the decency to look at me when I'm talking to you, do you?
Maggie Martin.
Wow. Okay, so this was going to be on D11, and thank you, Ms. Jones, for raising the issue of legal expenses. I'm wearing my eyesight out here with the cell phone, so I'm just going to read to you what I wrote down. A memo was generated, I don't know if that's what you call it, Mr. Messler, to the council about legal expenses.
I'm not hearing you.
You're not hearing me? Oh, I can't hear myself, so I'm plugged. So, legal expenses for the year commencing April 2018 to sometime this year, I believe March. The total, and I'm gonna coin Ms. Gomez's favorite phrase. I just want this to be on the record. So for the total for the city, $436,226.47. There's several, they're not numbered, and I can't count them on the cell phone. There's many, but I just randomly picked some. City manager's office, out of that 436 plus, 15,000, that doesn't look right. I think that's wrong. Let me go back to that one. Western Insurance versus Frontier Homes, $12,702.34. Code Enforcement Criminal Matters, $15,778.51. Gloria Garcia, TRO, temporary restraining order, $22,968.78. The whole city council collectively, $51,775.85, and here we go. And Ms. Gomez's expenses, legal, $93,409.98. And I'm so sick and tired of here. I want to know if that's staff money, if that's just all the BS she asked to have copied and hard copied and put in her box and emailed to her, or does that include staff time too? Because you know what? She's always whining and moaning about the taxpayers' money. That's my money. I want my money back. $98,000. Pony up, write me a check, please. How hypocritical. You cannot get any more hypocritical than that. Am I being too loud? I can't tell. It's hypocritical. Him too, one and the same, just the male and the female version. Hypocritical to talk about all the money that's spent, yet you represent 23% of that overall budget. Come on now.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
Thank you. Those are all the cards that I have under public comments.
It's up to the council whether you want to take the additional items or not. The public comment was the most important thing. If council wants to adjourn or if you want to continue on with the items.
Only had the item D11, and then
No, we're not on D. We're on E items now. It would be council member comments. It would be items for the agenda and/or city manager's comments.
Oh, whatever the council's pleasure is fine with me.
Want to continue with the items? Agendas and reports and stuff?
Those items are over with. We're on E3, 2, 3, or 4.
Yes.
Yeah, okay. I have a short explanation I'd like to make.
Well,
Otherwise,
let me start with our city manager's report.
Keith, we're up to you for city manager's report.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought I heard council report.
No, I said city manager report.
I'll try to be quick. I'm sorry. Free Dump Day, Saturday, July 20th. It's neighborhood cleanup over at the Victor Valley MRF. We have a ventriloquism performance at the city library. I had to say that slowly. Patrons of all ages are invited to experience the zany world of ventriloquism with Joe Gandelman and his comedic cast of dummies and puppets. That'll be at the Victorville Library Tuesday, July 23rd. We'll try to keep the meeting light for you on August 6th. We're going to do our best. That's the 36th Annual National Night Out here in front of City Hall between the hours of 5 and 8. And then I think the only thing notable in terms, well, there's a lot notable, but the one that rises to my attention the quickest is that we have actually started work on Desert Havens, remodeling the interior of the units. That's the conversion of the old Queens Motel into 31 units of supportive housing. And that's all I have at this time.
Thank you. Council members, do you have anything to agendize?
I do, but I'll wait till the next meeting.
I would like to put an item on the agenda for August 8th. There was an article in the Daily Press about a survey to be done by Joseph Brady. I called him and asked him if he would have the time, would he be available, and he said he would. I think that we should allow him to do a presentation on the survey as to the future of the high desert, because it is I think a guiding light for all the cities here in the high desert for the future. And I would like this item to be, I make a motion for this item to be put, the presentation of the survey done by Joseph Brady for August 8th.
Is there a second? There being no second, the motion dies.
Anyone else?
I have a few comments.
No, for agenda.
No.
No? Okay, so then we move on to E4, and this is reports from council members. Go ahead.
Just very briefly, at the last council meeting, we had an individual who stood to the microphone and told the council that we should be aware of that when they had the Constitution of California established. And his comment was 1850-something or 1878. That it was in Spanish and then translated into English. I don't know why somebody would make a statement like that. It is absolutely untrue. I hope that people know the history of California. The citizens of California actually did not want Spanish rule. And 3 different governors they got rid of because they made a request to become a republic. They didn't want to become part of the United States. They did not want to be a part of the Spanish territory. At that time, Mexico was only 30 years old, very young. And to put it in perspective, I speak English, but I'm not British. And the people in California spoke Spanish, but they mostly were non-Hispanic at that time. They were actually indigenous and a combination of several different nationalities that had come to California. So they made a request to secede from Mexico. Those individuals did. And that was done in 1849. The governor of Mexico saw what was coming, and he actually granted the succession to the United States. That wasn't the request, but that's who he granted California to. And those individuals who had become kind of the leaders, they were Mexicans, they were indigenous people, they adopted a constitution, and it was printed in both English and Spanish. They did that because there were so many people who did not speak English, especially the indigenous people and the people who had petitioned Spain to leave California alone. In 1878, and by the way, California didn't become a state until it was approved in 50 and became effective in 51. So that Constitution was actually approved before it ever became a state. They did it as a republic. It became a state. They then petitioned the United States granted it, and then the Constitutional Convention of 1878 confirmed that, and it was in English. It was never printed in Spanish in 1878. And in fact, it was clarified by the early rulers in 1855 that all meetings, all education, all writings from the government would be in English. It was their request. It wasn't from the federal government. So I'm not sure why someone would be so insistent that it was a Spanish territory and was written in Spanish and had to be translated. It's just simply untrue. I would hope that we could be as proud of California as those people are, and as proud of the city as those people were, trying to work for the behalf of everybody, look out for the interests of everybody, and not have a division here. But I don't know why that was even made. It served no purpose, but it was just totally false, and that's kind of irritating, especially from a Hispanic person who should know the history much better than that. So please, we have an obligation. People come to the microphone.
You have 30 seconds.
People hear it, and then they wonder what's really right. I'm going to get 30 calls tomorrow about what really occurred, what is right, what is wrong. We have an obligation to inform the public. I hate to take up the time to do that. My time is up, but we have to tell the public when these things come up. We have to. So, thank you. Sorry to take the time.
That's fine. Thank you. Anyone else? No? Okay. I will adjourn this meeting to 4 p.m. on August 6, 2019, and that's due to the National Night Out. Hope to see you there, and I hope we will be able to attend, so I hope we do have a short meeting that evening. Good night, everyone. Please get home safe. Thank you. Meeting adjourned.